Hit the check marks. Your lanes will come on for 30 minutes of practice.
Good evening, y'all. Good evening to all of you. Saying hello, checking in. Appreciate you tuning in here on courtesy of Bullstream TV. Simulcasting on both Bullstream TV and the Brad and Kyle channel. So welcome to both audiences. My name is Emil Williams Jr. We'll be here with you 8 games. Action here at the Midnight Bowler Society. It's the 6th annual event. Big shout out to Danny Spink, Billy Locke for all that they do and continue to do for this particular event. Quick look at what the players are going to be bowling on tonight, what they are currently practicing on at the moment. And I'll show you this certainly throughout the day or the evening. .48 feet with 37.85 mils, but 1, 2, 3, 4-ish on both sides, left and right, give the indication that there's some area to play there. And from what I'm seeing so far from practice, it looks like that's what folks are trying. The other wrinkle, of course, you get 2 balls. So you get to choose 2 pieces of equipment after this practice session is complete. You essentially got to check those 2 balls in, and those are the 2 balls that you will have for the entire tournament. You can alter surface, certainly all the way up until it is time to compete before the first frame. Got about 17 minutes, just under 17 minutes, or just under 18 minutes left to practice. Again, 30-minute open practice session. There are practice pairs 9 and 10, 15, 16, 17, and 18. 31 and 32 are all practice pairs. And then we'll get into competition pairs. 11 through 14 competition pairs. That'll be kind of our main featured pairs here tonight. And then we also will have 19 through 22, and we'll get a look at what's going on in that area of the evening. Danny Spink will try to keep us updated on high games, who's winning. I think based on how many players are in the field, I think there will be 2 spots, if I'm not mistaken, and I'll get the totals for those 2 spots per game once we get some final stuff from Danny. Again, appreciate all of you watching and checking in on both the Brad and Kyle channel and the Bowlstream TV channel. If you haven't subscribed already to Bowlstream TV, we'd appreciate it. I certainly would. So if you're watching on the Brad and Kyle channel and maybe hearing my voice, or maybe you've heard my voice and you didn't know that I also was involved with Bowlstream TV, I would definitely appreciate a subscribe. Hit the thumbs up on both. There are a few players who normally have competed in recent years that are not, like Anthony Simonson, EJ Tackett, Jacob Buttriff has competed in recent years. Chris Prather has competed, Packy. They're all bowling the PBA Tour Finals this weekend. And so that is where at least 2 to 4 players who would be here, they have other obligations tonight. Just right off the bat, folks, what I've seen from Spencer Robarge, and I see Spencer strike a lot, but, I mean, to me, this is right up his wheelhouse. I mean, he gets to kind of, from what I've seen in practice, obviously, you got a long way to go, but you can just kind of, pipe it up 1-2 with some surface. That wouldn't surprise me if Spencer won a decent amount of money tonight. Someone asked about Shea. My guy is not here this evening. He's actually out of town. I did ask him. Mainly to see him, but it's always fun to watch him bowl too. Again, 2 bowling balls allowed only. It's very much like, not completely, but there are some U.S. Open vibes to it where, there's a practice range essentially. There's a place to warm up, which is why we get 30 minutes as to not affect the competition pairs. You can only use a certain amount of balls. Obviously, 2 is much different than 10. But 2 is part of the challenge, and obviously you get a challenging condition. And the only difference is obviously you pay a couple grand, or $1 grand, excuse me. You pay $1,000 to get in the tournament, and I'll get you the final tallies on how many spots and the payoffs for those in a bit. But the advertisement for first is always $1,550 if you win a game, at least 1 game. A lot of local standouts. We got, of course, and some highly regarded professional players. One of the legends, Pete Weber. Of course, local to St. Louis. Kyle Sherman, Brad, they are bowling. Jerry Mars spends a lot of time on the regional circuit. Collegiate stars like Spencer Robarge now, of course, and some other local players from near and far. Nick Kruml is also bowling tonight. Ryan 100%, definitely. Shay is, I'm completely biased too. But even if I wasn't, his performance over the course of his entire lifetime, I mean, I've never seen him not strike. And I'm sure many of you could probably say the same too. All right, I'm going to go double check payout info, see if we got that. We got about 11 minutes left to practice. And then once that is complete, we'll get into game one here at the 6th Annual Midnight Bowler Society. Again, $1,000 buy-in. 8 games, mega action, couple spots being paid per game. And I think there's going to be a few more strikes than maybe we've had in the past at this event. There's always a couple players that get lined up, and that's inevitable. I'll be interested to see how this thing will transition, though, because 1, 2, and 3, those boards will be hooking very, very early within the first couple of games, I think. So we'll see how it's going to transition.
On the front desk, that way you don't have to do it.
Boys, that will be the end of your practice. practice. Go ahead and get your last shot in, whatever you want to do. And then we're going to do two things. Number one, meet in the bar. We're going to draw for lanes. We're going to need your score sheets. If you haven't got your brackets yet, make sure you stop and talk to Denise up at the front desk here. So I guess three things. And lastly, there is going to be a sheet at the front desk here. The folks who are watching live stream want to know what equipment you've chosen, and it gives Emil some context as to how the conversation goes and give insight, talk opinions, all that fun stuff. So please stop up at the front desk and fill out what bowling ball you elected to use during competition. It's right here, front desk. All right. So ball, let's draw lanes. Talk to Denise at the brackets. Fill out your bowling balls on the sheet up here at the front desk.
What's up, sir? How are you? I'm good.
I just saw Casey and Charlotte on the river. Mary and Casey.
No, we were at the lake dock. They were on the river.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Is there a good band playing?
Well, we were, and
I love watching them.
yeah.
Great.
You can't tell. Nice bowling.
It just keeps coming back at me.
I know. Look at that. What's wrong with that? Wind stop. Respect your elders.
He should have shot the yard that night.
I know.
Folks, just FYI, we got practice done. The players are currently drawing for lane assignments. And then once that is complete, they will hit the lanes. And we will get this party started officially. Again, players are currently drawing for lanes. And then we will get this party started. So game one will commence here shortly. Again, shout out to both Bowl Stream TV. Not working that this week. Bowl Stream TV and Brad and Kyle. Brad and Kyle channel. Shout out to all of the subscribers for both Bowl Stream TV and Brad and Kyle. They appreciate it. I know you appreciate following them. They've done fantastic work for the sport. If you are watching on the Brad and Kyle channel, of course, again, we are simulcasting both Bowl Stream TV and Brad and Kyle. Shout out to Billy Locke and Danny Spink. They are those, along with the rest of the staff here, Neil, here at St. Charles, Denise, and everyone else who plays a big role in putting this event together. So, but Danny and Billy handle it each and every year, trying to figure things out and present the best possible situation that can happen today. So, got some final payouts. $16.25 for first place. $16.25 for first. I know I wrote this down. $16.25 for first, $1,000 for second. Those are the payoffs tonight. Only 2 per game, and it is based on entries. But they actually even upped what they said from a payout perspective on the flyer. So $16.25 for first. Again, second is $1,000. So if you finish second in either of these 8 games, that individual or players will get their money back. And again, last time I checked, I'm going to check one more item too because there was a Calcutta tonight. It does look like there are 22 players. There are 22. Again, there's a ton of players who would normally be here and have been here in the past, specifically PBA players who are not here because of their commitments to the PBA Tour Finals. They got a chance to win more money and another title there in the Seattle area. A couple more announcements from Danny Spink.
Just something that we put together, something we wanted to bowl. Didn't exist yet, so we went ahead and made it happen. It's growing every year. This year we're down a bit on head count. We lost some folks to the PBA event, some folks to vacation. But it's a good year because our first year we ever ran the event, we only had 18 players, and we're at 22. Pots are high, plenty of action on the side of the table. We got Neil with Bowstring TV here, live streaming. If you can do me a favor, if you're here as a spectator, do two things. Number one, find the link for the Bowstring Live. Also, do that through the Brad Couch channel, whichever one you want to share. Let's try to get as many people viewing at home as possible. And if you're here, my wife's down there. She's got wristbands, $5 to be here as a spectator. If you stop by her, I'd appreciate it. Other than that, come back on here in like 2 or 3 minutes and we'll start the games.
She had a golden. He found a blue hammer, 16-pound original. Mom has a blue one.
So you said turn the live stream on? What's up? You said turn the live stream on from?
No, I was saying the link, share it on your socials. That way folks at home know about it. Get a little bit of visibility to it. Yeah,
There you go.
Yeah, you'll be able to hear everything. Emil will be sitting there talking through it. We'll have folks sit down and chat with them about it. Don't know through the board balls. And basically, these 4 lanes are what's live streamed. I mean, you might have a couple cameras down there. But it'll be great. Yeah, I'm excited. Yeah, it'll be good. What's your name? Bill? I'm Danny. Nice to meet you.
That's my son, Dad.
Yeah, Doug was going to go jump ship and try to catch the boat on the way back.
Oh, good.
Casey and Mary run the dock riders are floating back. Were they just them or?
The sports shop.
Tommy and Tommy and 2 other people. Oh, Zig and Bob.
Yeah, 2.
What now?
There you go.
Oh, it was probably Mike. They were the Earl kids.
Yeah, it was kind of Earl.
Mike, probably. Was he had dark hair?
It was nice to meet you.
Yeah, and his girlfriend. We'll
talk to you later.
Enjoy the evening.
Thank you.
Nephew of mine.
They should sat and watch about half of that. Listen to it, I guess.
Yeah.
From out there. But,
Yeah.
we were talking back and forth in between songs, and I could hear them.
Yeah. Were you by yourselves or were other people?
All right, we have last call for brackets. If you have not entered brackets and intend to do so, make sure you stop up here and talk to Denise before you throw your first ball.
And we're like, oh, Kevin's just a little out there. So, yeah, it's just a storm. Yeah.
Bad storms. Hail storms.
All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. So, if you're at your lane that you've been assigned, go ahead and hit the check mark, enter your letter. Throughout the night, the pace that you're going to be moving, left lane will be moving left, right lane will be moving right. 2 of the pairs that you're bowling on where at some point in time, you'll have 2 people bowling on that pair. Like I shared before, we will not move on to the next game until everybody is completed, just to keep the pace of play consistent. So go ahead, get your names entered. When you're ready, go ahead and take off.
Same pattern across all of them. It's a pattern we want. Well, I had someone design it, but we always just put out something really god awful. Basically, whatever. Yeah. So this one is 48 feet in the middle. But when you get to the 5 board, it's all flat, so there's no shape to it. And then when you get to the gutter, it's much shorter and it's dead flat on there too. So it's just ugly.
Right on.
It'll be good times.
She goes, yeah, it's $5. I said, this is like going to Every time I put these things on, at least I was hitting on some girls. Thanks. Oh, you got a red one? Start all okay. I don't think you do though, right?
Doug's down to 22. Watch. Outside there.
Yeah, but 9 square, stay clean, get banned.
There's a boy, right? Yeah. That's why I was pointing. Oh, I didn't even recognize it.
Watch this kid here.
Who's right there?
Watch this lock. Watch out the outside here.
This is yours. They said I would see you before any of them would.
What's it for?
Something I don't. You have to ask Brad.
Whether it's legible or not is a whole nother ballgame.
So 5 of you guys all went in.
All right, folks. I got everything you need now. We got ball cards. We've got lanes. I think we're good to go. All right, so officially now, game 1 underway. Fix these scoreboards ever so slightly. Gonna have John Marsala join us in a little bit as well. John's had some great success on the PBA 50. He's also a local. So we got Dwayne Sigmeyer, also known as Opie here on 11 and 12. AJ Fair. And I believe Hunter Bell. Then on 13 and 14, Brandon Mooney. Mike Sapolis. There's Savo right there. One of Missouri Baptist's finest. Brandon Mooney. And of course, Koty Aldrich. Not a lot of times where I don't see Koty strike either. Again, good reminder, if you are just joining us, it is 8:18 Central Time. My name is Emil Williams Jr. We've got live coverage of Midnight Bowler Society right here on both Bowlstream TV and the Brad and Kyle YouTube channel. We appreciate you subscribing to both. If you're new to either channel, I encourage you to follow both channels. Please subscribe, hit the thumbs up. Visit certainly Bowlstream TV as we look to grow to Brad and Kyle-esque heights. And certainly, if you haven't subscribed to the Brad and Kyle YouTube channel, please do so. We'll take a quick moment to throw the pattern back on the screen now that we have begun competition, just to give you a quick idea. We'll see Mike's shot here on lane 13. We see his approach. That was a pretty good idea. All right, here's the pattern. That's what we're bowling on. Again, it does look like 1, 2, 3, 4 on each side is where you'd love to play. Now, ball speed, angle, all of the above is what comes into play after that. You just saw Mike going right to left. It's a good spare either way, whether it's on this or something else that's difficult. Can also have a couple of interesting leads. There should be some 2-pin combinations. You anticipate that? See what 19 through 22 will bring us here in a little bit as well. We'll check down there. Again, this year, unfortunately, same weekend as the PBA Tour Finals, which grabbed Anthony Simonson, Chris Prather, Jacob Buttriff. I learned that Packy has bowled the event a few times as well. We did get one new, or one additional entrant, I should say. Blake Demore is bowling. Spencer's brother, Spencer Robarge. Our guy Opie there. A long time, one of the best players in the area. I think he went with a Storm Promotion and an Infinite Physics. And I believe that was his Infinite there. Koty Aldrich going to need that one to hook. Let's see what Koty went with a Supernova and an Eternity. Nice shot there for AJ Fair. He elected to go Envy Tour. That's a Hammer Envy Tour and a Track Kinetic Black Ice. Again, 2 bowling balls, folks. The pattern was, nice job there, Booth, and paying attention to the Midnight Doubles Facebook page, which you guys should like if you haven't, by the way. But Danny did let or did post, I should say, that JJ, John Janowitz, helped design the pattern. Which is what JJ does, amongst other things. Like winning the Senior Masters and such. I already see a good portion of you discussing it in the chat. Where would you guys be playing? Where should you be playing, in your opinion? Where should you be playing? Let me know in both chats. By the way, too, I am monitoring both Brad and Kyle and Bowlstream TV. So if you have a question and I miss it, I'll try to get back to it. If you missed the payouts earlier, I mentioned, again, 1625. 1625 for first place per game. 8 games, $1,625. First place per game. They are paying 2 spots tonight, and that is based on entries. The second spot will get your money back. So you will get $1,000 for second. 2 spots a game, 8 games. Can you be solid for, if you be solid for 2 games tonight, you know, you can refund or refill your FanDuel account. You know, some of y'all been losing. For the sneakerheads out there like me, get a couple, 2, 3, 4, 5 pair. Or, you know, logical things would be, how about pay some bills, you know, all that stuff. Win a couple games tonight, you're in there. Right, Tom? That's not including brackets. I think there's an eliminator also and some additional side pots. So it's really not a bad gamble. I think it's a great event. $1,000. On the front end, it's like, okay, it's $1,000. But you get 8 chances. I try to luck at with 8 chances. Maybe one day I won't do this and I'll bowl. Or maybe I'll just sponsor somebody. Who wants to bowl next year? Johnny has a good question about using your spare ball. You can choose whatever 2 balls you want. Totally up to the player. Gotta be honest, I don't see many spare balls. So if you're going that route, I mean, if you do choose a spare ball, you're basically going to limit yourself of one reaction, whether it's reactive. Let me look at the list. I don't think there's a, I don't see a ton of urethane just off the bat. This is where you do need to be solid with your hand as far as spare shooting goes. See one purple hammer out there. I see 2 purple hammers on the list. There might just be 2 urethane balls being used, or at least checked, I should say. Not used, but checked. Rio. I got Mario Martinez in the building. We give Avery a look. Mike Sapolis, leader, at least from the looks of it, from what I can tell, leader in the clubhouse right now. Nice spare. Good way to handle the 2-4-10. There was also a Calcutta tonight. I don't recall the payout there. I'll double check with Danny and Billy. So there's also that opportunity to take home a few bucks as well. Elon, that's a good question. Is it similar to the Bradley? There are some similarities to it, but even at the Bradley, you don't get it. You don't get that much movement on 1, 2, 3. You know, from my time streaming that event, you create that movement solely by, you know, some folks out there with 360 and lower. They got to grind basically to dig into that pattern early on for you to see your ball wrinkle, at least in the times in the last couple of years that I have seen it in person. There are some similarities, though, in length, definitely. But I would say the hook is a bit more generous here, even though it's only maybe 3 to 4 boards, and it's if that. Mike, can he keep it going? That's online. Oh, just like that. Lefty question. So far, I've only seen, no, we've got Opie. Spencer Robarge is in the field. He looked pretty good in practice. And I think he's still looking good right now. I'll throw the graph back on the screen here in just a little bit. Now, for those of you who are maybe just tuning in, again, I do want to reiterate, we're talking about the payouts per game. Per game. $16.25 for first place per game. Again, if you've got the high score in one of these 8 games, you will win $1,625. If you are second in that game. So think about any side pot you've ever been in that that pays 2 spots. First is $16.25 for a game, or excuse me, every game, and $1,000 for second every game. That was a really good shot there, and you got a kind of a bird's eye view on just what the pattern is. He got it to the hook early near the gutter. It bounced off the gutter and went straight. And Sapo still killing him. Yes, Matt, you can win every game. It is theirs for the taking. Brad Miller, I don't remember his number count, and I don't want to put his business all out in the street because that's my guy. But honestly, I don't remember how many games he won, but he won or placed in multiple games last year. He killed them. He was definitely the high earner last year. He made at least 3 to 5, okay, at least. Sapolis has got, he's got a Volt listed and something that looks maybe like an all-in. I think by 900 global all-in. I believe that's the ball he's throwing now. And he is wearing a 900 global t-shirt, so I'm going to put 2 and 2 together there. This is probably for the cheese at minimum. That'd have guaranteed some cheese for sure. But based on what I'm seeing, I mean, it's going to be difficult to beat 250. Now, obviously, big spare here for Mike. Couple of 180s. You're on 11 and 12 from Opie and Hunter, respectively. Spare will get AJ into the 150s. Sapo chops the bucket. He's going to get him to 244. That's going to be in contention. That's definitely a score I'm going to write down. All right, let's throw the pattern back on the screen real quick so you can see again what the players are bowling on tonight. Left side of your screen, there it is. It's Brandon Mooney throwing. Oh, you mentioned lefties. Brandon Mooney, also left-handed, so at least 3 lefties. Brandon checked in an attitude control. I believe that is a urethane ball from Brunswick. Or at least it gives the look of it. It is urethane indeed. So a couple purple hammers out there, an attitude control, and that's what I've seen from a urethane perspective. Again, there's the pattern. And we can keep it up as we move over and check out 19 and 22. Looks like 21 and 22 are finishing up. Important to note, too, just from a pace of play perspective, bowlers will not get done, or I'm sorry, cannot begin the next game till everyone else does. So they will start at the same time, every single player. There are a few pairs with 2. Uh, 40-70, only see 2-0 high game potential there, and that was from Mr. Sherman. There's Kyle. Again, a lot of volume, pretty flat. Some small semblance of shape.
Right, left lane moves left, and you can adjust your surfaces in between games. Just do not throw your next ball and then change surfaces.
All right, so again, one key to keep in mind, you can adjust surfaces in between games. Must be done prior to the start of the next game. Now, I mean, if you're thinking about it for next year and you say, all right, I got to choose 2 balls, I pay $1,000, I could win 8 times, and I get to also adjust surfaces after every game. So all of a sudden you can keep, you know, whatever ball is your favorite at a fresh 500. Let's just throw it out there. Would you take that? I think many of you would. What's up, Chris Pulliam? Appreciate you getting those viewer counts up for both Bowlstream TV and Brad and Kyle. Please share if you haven't already. We're moving on to game 2. Left lane moves left, right lane moves right. I don't see a lot of confused faces and looks, so I feel like we saw a little bit more of that last year. .244 does, based on what I'm hearing in the building, .244 does seem like it's going to be the leader. You would think so. We got to about mid-block, I think, last year, and .244 was like second or third a couple games. Looks like Matt Todd, Mike Sapolis down there now on 19-22. See Kyle. Looks like Koty Aldrich now over, of course, the 11-12. He's moving left. Opie moves right. Yeah, let's start here for a minute. Ian Jones will be on 11-12. Blake Demore, I believe, on 13-14. Good look at Mr. Brad Miller himself. Ooh, nice early spare from Sapolis. Galen, that's a great question. I'll double check that. I want to say there is, and it's part of the side pots. You get the 8-game total, but I will double check for you. Folks, welcome in my man John Marsala into the booth.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
How you doing?
I'm doing great. Come out to watch all these kids bowl. Well, and Mr. Weber.
How's the 50 going for you? And I know it's been going well over the course of many years now, so congrats to you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, so far this year it's going really well. First in the Super Senior Classic, get off to a good start. And had a really good finish in the Senior Masters as well and the U.S. Open, so we're off to a good start. We got 2 months solid coming up here starting next week, so got a lot of bowling going on.
This is stomping grounds for you in this area. I know many people, people know it, but I should mention it. I did go to Lindenwood University, which is down the street. I spent a lot of hours in this building practicing. Many of those I saw the gentleman now to my right a lot as well. And but obviously you're no stranger to this area. Is it fun to watch this type of tournament in this area, which has obviously been a great bowling community for many years?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this building itself has a lot of history to it. So, yeah, and I really like what Danny's doing here. I think they got a good format. It's interesting. Wish there were a few more bowlers this year, but I understand why they're not.
Right.
And yeah, I think this is great for bowling in general, and it's great for the St. Louis area.
John, what's been kind of, I guess, 2 questions. One, what's coming up for you, but then 2, as you mentioned, the World Series. What have been some of the keys to success after being out on the 50 tour now for so long? I feel like you're a vet now. Like you know the deal. You were a rookie at one point.
Yeah, I've been out there since 2018 now. I've kind of got my feet underneath me now a little bit. Last year was not a good year for me. Obviously, this year is definitely better so far. Hopefully it stays the same. You know, we still, regardless of our ages, we still have to work hard on our games to hit our goals. And I worked hard through the off season, through the winter and stuff, and it's been paying off so far, and hopefully it continues to do so. I still have to work every day, you know, get out there and just stay sharp.
In the booth with John Marsala, now of PBA 50 fame. But he knows this area very well, and I know he knows a lot of these players very well. Did you get a chance to look at the pattern?
I have looked at the pattern, and that's probably one of the reasons why I didn't bowl. 48 feet flat. Man. In my younger days, I would have been up there in a heartbeat, but the way these kids throw the balls nowadays, I'm going to stick the bowling against the old guys.
And I know that's even a difficult task.
Oh, absolutely. I tell you what, just the Hall of Famers, and not even the Hall of Famers, just guys like me that we had real jobs and then decided to go out on a tour. There's a lot of good players in this country. And the world, actually. We even got some international players as well. But, yeah, it's not easy. There's nothing easy about it.
Nothing easy about this pattern, too. It looks like, and I won't say the only place to play, but the preferred, maybe where you should play, seems to be 1, 2, 3-ish. But your angles have got to be superb. At some point, I did see a player be able to kind of bounce it off the gutter, but of course, the pattern, shape, and its length and volume, it bounced, but then it went straight.
Right. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of guys playing out now. I did see one guy earlier down on the higher end of the center. He was playing in a little bit, not really giving it a lot of room, a right-hander. But, yeah, it's definitely on the gutter now, as you know, from bowling in this center, even though we have new lanes and everything here. We always have a lot of friction outside. And the 1, 2, 3 definitely hooks here. But I have a feeling the right-handers are going to start migrating in and really kind of open the lane up. And the scores will go up.
I'll go back to 13 and 14 in a minute because Mike Sapolis started with 244 on 13 and 14. He's playing
nice.
Almost the same the way Blake Demore is just playing him kind of right to left, right off two. Ian Draughon is just doing what you just talked about. He's kind of playing in with a little bit of a slow hook.
Right, and that didn't look too bad from there, did it?
Yeah, I haven't seen anybody else do that.
Trying to keep it in front of him. Like I said, there's one guy, and I didn't get his name. I think his last name's Miller, not Brad Miller.
Oh, there's
the
a different
Miller.
Jason Miller.
Okay, he was playing in, I believe. But yeah, I think right now you have to be out a little bit and not with a lot of speed. A lot of surface. I see a lot of guys have a ton of surface. And I'm talking like 321, 240 maybe.
Someone asked me about is the pattern similar to the Bradley Open tournament? And I don't know if you've ever bowled the Bradley or heard about it, but it is notoriously known for its long patterned, heavy volume.
Right.
And so there are some similarities, and you do see 180, 360 Scotch Brite at the Bradley.
Yes. I have never bowled the Bradley, but I've heard the pattern is notorious. Yep, it's very similar, I would say. And they change the pattern here every year. This is the longest that I've ever seen it. I mean, they've had it, 4 years now?
6. This is 6 years.
Oh, man, I'm a little behind the times. I'm a little slow. I'm old. But,
this is 6 total. This is the 3rd year that I've seen it in person. 3rd year that I've been involved.
Okay. Usually I'm watching it at home, but thought I'd come out tonight and check it out a little bit. Had a lot of people asking me why I didn't bowl, and I'm not ready for it. Shorter patterns maybe, but not on 48 feet.
Did Pete ask you why you weren't bowling?
No, yeah, he was bugging me last week about it in Colorado at the U.S. Open. It's like, you're not bowling next weekend? I'm like, no. I'll come out and watch you, though.
John, your family lineage, I know, goes kind of way back and deep. How far does the lineage grow kind of around the St. Louis area or even beyond?
Well, as you know, my uncle, who still bowls at 85 years old, Gus Marsala, he's very well known here in St. Louis, Hall of Famer, and he bowled with the guys from the Budweisers. He was really good friends with Tom Hennessy, and he's kind of where I got my start, I guess. I used to watch him when I was a little kid, and I just kind of followed in his footsteps, kind of. I mean, I enjoyed the game. I picked it up when I was 14 years old. Fell in love with it. It's the only thing I wanted to do. And I'm living my dream now a lot later in life than I'd expected, but I tell you what, it was definitely worth the wait. And, yeah, our family, we kind of go way back to the 60s. I know my dad and my uncle, their father bowled as well, but I don't really know a whole lot about how he was, where he was, as far as the bowling community in St. Louis. But I know my uncle is very well respected here in St. Louis, and I appreciate that. I was called his son for so many years by all the bowlers in the area, and we have a good family history here.
I think we us as then students thought the same. I think we thought that was your dad.
Sure. Yeah, a lot of people did. You're not. A lot of people did. And then I still get it to this day. Even some people, oh, aren't you Gus's son? It's like, I'm his nephew, but we have a lot in common. And he practices every day. He practices more than me. He practices as much as possible, a couple times a week.
Wow.
85 years old, still bowling good, I think he averaged 187 last year in league, a little bit lower than what he'd been. First year, probably that he hasn't averaged over 200.
I know he's not happy about that.
Oh, no, not at all.
When I got a chance to work at the Open Championships, kind of my first bowling industry job, got a chance to meet a lot of players who were making it to 50 years, 55, 60 years. Had some players reach like 100,000 pin club when I was there. And the disappointment that they expressed about seeing their average go down as they got older, they were not happy. And it just let me know, like, they still have such high standards.
Oh, absolutely.
Which I appreciated, certainly as both a player and as a media member, but certainly as a bowler.
Sure. Oh, yeah, he's still planning on coming out and bowling some tournaments. He dropped down to 14 pounds this year. I got him a couple of balls, 14-pound balls that he really likes, and he's working hard. He wants to still bowl tournaments, 85 years old.
Wow. Something to look forward to.
I know, right?
There were 2 tournaments here. Well, this is the second one. I guess there was a tournament here earlier today, I learned. Denise was telling me when I was about to start setting up, and it just ended.
Well,
it was on the high end.
I didn't know about that. But then I've been out of town for a couple of weeks, too. So
yeah, you've been doing stuff. Been bowling.
Yeah, trying.
Yeah, folks, that's what, again, it's still the same as far as, especially game 2. I don't think we'll see any people make some serious moves, again, aside from the few players that we named. I'm going to show you what Ian Draughon is doing here in a minute. But outside of that, yeah, you got to stay where the pattern should have you play, at least at this point. Now, at some point soon, 1, 2, 3 is kind of going to hook very early.
Yep.
And
especially with all the surface that everybody's using, it's going to go away fairly quickly.
And they get to keep surfacing. They get to readjust the surface.
Right,
so
right. After every game,
it is. That's a good wrinkle as a player, especially if you like the shape and the surface of that particular ball, whatever it is. But it is going to continue to obviously remove oil at a much faster pace.
Sure.
And so then you got to figure out, well, can you really bounce it off the gutter? It still might go straight.
It still might go straight. I think you're gonna see guys kind of creeping in every game or two. They're gonna start moving in a couple boards here and there. They're still gonna keep the surface so they can bounce it, but eventually that surface is gonna take over and it's gonna straighten the ball out down lane, and it's not gonna finish. So they're probably gonna surface for probably 3 or 4 games, and then I think they'll go with whatever they have after that. Would be my guess. That's probably what I would be looking at.
If you had to choose 2 balls to bowl this based on what you saw, what would you have chosen?
Oh, man. I'd probably have a big asymmetric, and I would probably go with a medium symmetrical ball, something like a phase 2 maybe, something that I can hit with some surface and it's still going to read really well. And it's going to read early, maybe even the new Summit that just came out yesterday. I think that ball, I really like the shape of that ball going down the lane, and with some surface on it, it's going to pick up a little early, but it's not going to be too strong down lane. But I think asymmetricals, big asyms early would be my choice, and then maybe a symmetrical towards the middle of the tournament and to the end.
Now for Storm staffers or SPI, Roto 900 Global, the phase 2 seems like that old faithful, like old trusty bowling ball that everyone, no matter how you throw it, no matter what hand or multiple, it's in their bag.
I would totally agree. It's definitely in mine, and there's more than one, I guarantee you. There's always at least 2. It's a piece that I mean, like you said, it's Old Faithful. The High Road and the Phase 2 are they're just so good for everything. I mean, they take surface well. They do everything that you're looking for from a symmetrical ball. I'm kind of surprised he's in, but it doesn't look like he's struggled a little bit with a couple opens. It's nice to see different shapes from the balls from some of these guys. Haven't seen any urethane. Have you seen any urethane?
No, and I was talking to Billy Locke about it. I shouldn't say that. I've seen one and actually go down the lane. Brandon Mooney is throwing an attitude control.
Okay.
And then I went down the list, and I appreciate Danny Spink for having the players write down which balls they check so I can refer to it.
Sure.
Which is helpful. There are also 2 purple hammers that have been checked in. So I think we've got 3 total urethane balls, which is slightly surprising, but I can almost see why as well.
Oh, I can too. Let's see. Right-hander, lefty. And a lefty. 2 lefties with urethane. 1 the attitude control, 1 a purple hammer, and then a right-hander with a purple hammer. I'm kind of surprised. I thought there might be a few more, but with the long pattern, I mean, I don't see urethane as being playable, but maybe later on down the road to control it a little bit more, I could see that.
Now, the urethane is just, it seems like it's a hot topic.
It's always
typically
a hot topic.
In your experience, especially on the 50, is there some urethane, a little urethane, no urethane? What's the temperature in that room? If you
there
will?
is urethane. Actually, a lot of the lefties are using urethane. Our senior U.S. Open winner, Troy Lint, who won last week, threw a purple hammer the entire tournament and bowled absolutely fantastic. There's more urethane going down every year. Obviously, as the newer guys come up, there's definitely a lot of urethane. I'm not a huge fan of it. I really haven't learned how to throw it, and I really don't like the shapes that I see right now out of it. But it's something that I'm going to have to learn, and I guarantee you I will be working with it to try and figure it out. That was a nice spare by Ian.
Nice spare by Ian Draughon. Just off camera, I went back to see what Kyle was going to do, but I wanted to show you Ian's 9th frame, and I'm going to show you his 10th frame also. And if Ian's parents aren't listening, hello from, or to you from St. Charles to Oklahoma. Hope you all are doing well. It's probably might be the only time we'll have Brad and Kyle both in the same grouping.
Oh, they are bowling next to each other, aren't they?
Kyle struggling a little bit, Brad too. Yeah. Koty can't get anything going, unfortunately.
Look for him a little bit later in this tournament. He'll make a little bit here.
Yeah, he did that last year, I remember. Yeah. He got going and had a little juice. It was fun to watch him for a few games, letting it loose.
Yep, he gets excited, and that's good. All good.
Watch where, again, you see what Ian's doing, and if he can get the 10 out, and as we talked about keeping in front of him, he might be, again, right now, outside of Jason Miller, as you mentioned, one of the only players electing to just start left. Good question on, I haven't heard or seen the game scores from game 1 official totals. And last year, Danny, I'm pretty sure, was announcing those. So I will confirm with him. Hold on.
Oh. How many bowlers we have total? 22?
I believe there's 22.
23.
20. Yeah, they removed
Oh,
one.
okay.
This is Brandon Mooney. We were talking about urethane. Only players to do so. Blake Demore had himself a good start, and he might have himself a good finish here. This is a tournament where you actually start looking around to see how many people you beat near you.
Correct.
And that's kind of a good gauge on maybe you might cash and maybe you won't.
Absolutely. And down here on this 11 through 14, you only got 4 other people to look at, 3 or 4 other people to look at. It's kind of hard to judge down here, but
right.
I figure if you beat these guys, beat your 2 pairs around you, you might have a chance. Looks like Blake's actually moved in a little bit as well.
I'm thinking 227. I think for Nick Kruml. That's probably a winner. I see 225. We could be into something here. Against Sapolis with the big 244. Let's get a close look on kind of how he's playing them.
And right up the outside, keeping it in front of him. That one looked like it hooked a little early.
That would be my only fear, but you know it's going to happen, so you got to plan for it.
Exactly, with the transition and all the surface that these guys are using out there, it's gonna pick up early eventually.
That was one of those, like, you catch a good cross. Like, if left's going left and right's going right, and you happen to catch that type of cross where, we've got multiple 2-0, 220 games down there.
Mm-hmm.
But, you look at who's on those pairs. Kyle, Brad, Nick Kruml. Who else was down there? I mean, obviously players who typically they don't see maybe this condition, but I'm sure their mindset instantly would put them back in a tour-like situation.
Absolutely.
175 for Kyle. So again, 215, 211. And then Nick Kruml with the big 227. That's the high within that group.
Okay.
And it looks like game 2 for everyone else. Maybe we've got a couple players, a couple of balls still left to go.
Yeah, Weber's down on the far end where we can't see the scores.
Michael, that's a good question. There's a sports shot conversation. I mean, this has sports. I mean, to me, in a general term, it is a sport pattern. It is an extreme sport pattern.
Extreme sport
right? It's a
pattern.
specialty.
Absolutely.
It's not typical per se. Like, you wouldn't see this on tour.
No.
Unless it was, again, they just wanted to surprise you. Now, I can't speak for the PBA Tour. You might see something like this on the PWBA because they see a lot of different stuff.
They do.
They see a few different things. So, but even still, that high of volume, that's not typically something you would see. But it has sport-like characteristics, even just the shape,
Yeah, and they want shot makers to do, you have to make good shots here in order to score. And I think that's the true meaning of bowling right now. We see so much in league play where
Bullstream TV.
Where can they watch this?
Bullstream TV and Brad and Kyle. Subscribe to both.
I definitely just accidentally flipped the camera. Where can they watch this right now?
Bullstream TV and Brad and Kyle. Subscribe to both.
Subscribe.
We just did a quick promo for the Brad and Kyle channel, folks. So if you heard me say where to watch and where to subscribe, make sure you follow those instructions. It's a good family right there.
Yes, it is. You'll see Danielle out on the PWBA in a couple of years.
I can't wait. I can't wait. So everyone finished game 2 at the same time. What were you going to say? Go ahead.
Oh, no, I just that family there that
Yeah.
we just talked to, the
Hendersons.
Hendersons, man, such nice people. And that young lady, she will be on the PWBA tour. I know her, just what she does with a bowling ball is incredible. At a young age, two-handed female bowler. Wow.
I was trying to remember where the first time I saw her was. I used to know her right off the top, but wherever it was, I got a chance to see her and then meet her father, and we've been kind of in contact ever since. And watching her just kind of this natural progression. You know how it is, right? You look at somebody and you go, you only need like 2 shots to know someone has what it takes talent-wise.
Totally agree.
To win at the next level. A lot of things obviously have to go right. You got to put in the work, etc. But she's got it all.
Yep, and she puts in the work. She definitely puts in the work. Last year, I was in Virginia, sitting with Johnny Petraglia, and we were showing some videos from YouTube and that, and I pulled a video that her dad had sent me of her bowling, and I go, Johnny, you got to watch this girl. And Walter Ray was there too. Said, you got to watch this young lady throw the ball. So I showed him the video, and first thing out of Johnny was, you got to send me that video. I need that video. They were so impressed. And to hear, just Hall of Famers like Johnny Petraglia and Walter Ray Williams just go, wow. It was, I text Donnie after that. I said, these guys love your video. They want it. I don't want to just give it to them. Is it all right?
Right.
Did they have it? And he's like, oh, absolutely. It was really cool. But just to see their facial expressions and everything of her throwing that bowling ball is like unbelievable.
There are a few pairs with 2, as we mentioned a little bit earlier. This is one of those pairs now. Blake Demore keeps moving left, maybe 3 in a row. Double 9 spare is not a bad start.
No.
See Kamron Doyle for the first time up close tonight. It's weird watching Kamron at this point in his life just because, he's a full-time adult, right? But, when we talk about someone like a Danielle we were just referring to, she just graduated high school.
Right.
And, we started meeting or learning about Danielle at 16. We started learning about Kamron when he was like 14.
Right, yeah.
Which now is a long time ago.
It was. Former Junior Team USA.
Yep.
A lot of bowling credentials at a young age.
Cashing regionals, winning regionals. Yeah, he was out there making a lot of history at a very young age. And then he sprouted to be 6'5". Spent, of course, his time now here in the area, from the Nashville area. Just got married. Shout out to Isabella. Hope you all are good. If you're just joining us, you're watching the 6th Annual Midnight Bowler Society. My name is Emil Williams Jr. I've got John Marsala in the booth with me. How long I got you for tonight, John?
We'll probably do this game, then I got to get home.
All right. I'll take it.
I'll stay this whole game for you.
Appreciate you.
I appreciate you having me in here, really. it's an honor.
Well, this is like I mean, for me, it's like a kind of a dream kind of thing because, again, I'm being serious. We looked up to you.
I thank you. Thank you very much.
We
I know
did.
I used to follow you kids around back in the day when you were going to school here, and it was always nice to see you whenever I went out to nationals and
Right,
seen you running
yes.
the tournament out there.
Yeah.
And really, really proud of what you've accomplished since then. I mean, with all the media stuff, you're doing a great thing, and
Appreciate
I
that.
definitely appreciate it.
Oh, Matt Todd out here throwing 3 in a row. No, I think we learned early just about like the respect level and how bowlers in this area kind of went about their business, right? And I think, we saw you guys, and then you guys always saw us in here working. And I felt like that was like a mutual,
Oh, absolutely.
and like 'cause
absolutely.
guys like yourself, Eddie used to always come down. Hey, you guys need anything? Need some help? Obviously, Randy, when Hallway was around then.
Sure.
And anyone else I saw just walking today, like 3 or 4 people, 5 people, like, oh, hey, how you doing? Been a minute. And it's always fun. It's an instant smile when I walk back into this building.
We love having you back here. I know I do. I always enjoy seeing you. I always look for you. Whenever I think you're going to be around in a tournament or something like that, I'm always looking for you.
Yeah, I'm about to sneak out there on the 50.
I'd love to see
Get
you out
one
there.
event.
We'd love to see you stop by sometime. That'd be awesome.
We can't tell because of where we are, right? Because this group is surrounded by practice pairs. And the high end has the majority of the lanes, but 13 and 14 seems to be a good one so far. And I'm just basing that on the start from Mike Sapolis.
Sure.
And even though there weren't higher scores per se in game 2, there was a semblance of it. There is something there. Now that, from Kyle, as I just say that,
Black cloud.
that was definitely a black cloud. That was the definition of black cloud. What Kamron Doyle's ball just did, people weren't able to do in game 1 or 2 yet, right? So
Right.
we're starting to get to that point.
Yep.
That ball would have went straight in game 1. It would have bounced and then just wiggled.
What's he throwing?
He's got on his ball card. Phase 2. Looked like a phase 2.
It looked like a phase
Definitely
two.
wasn't a Zen, so it's a phase 2.
He's throwing a phase 2.
Terry says Kamron was 12 when he first started. I mean, that's crazy. But it's funny because, there has to be a Kamron Doyle for life and the generations and things for it to continue on, right? So now when we see players doing stuff at 12, it's still like, wow, that's incredible.
Sure.
But it's not like Kamron Doyle when he did it. I was like, oh, like, snap.
Yeah. And we actually have another one here that was just like Kamron with Spencer Robarge.
Oh, Spence, yes, and he's bowling tonight.
Yeah. And we'll see
He
him
won
later,
junior
I'm
gold
sure.
U12. I said, just watching him during practice, I'm like, I don't know how he doesn't win a few games tonight.
That's what I told him too.
He's, kind of nice bear. He kind of gets to do, what he likes. He can throw it hard. He has some boards to play with on the left, right?
Yep.
Can resurface every time. I'm like, I don't know. I think Spence might light this thing up.
He could be tough. He could be tough.
All right, Chris, I'm going to check on that for you. I'm going to check on that for everybody in regards to who cashed. Last year Danny was announcing that, but I haven't heard him announce it yet. I'm 100% positive that Mike Sapolis definitely cashed with his game 1 244
Yeah, I think he won
and
that.
probably won.
I didn't see anything higher down. I was standing down towards the higher end. I didn't see anything near 240 down there.
It is just 2 bowling balls. Again, just 2 bowling balls. Oh, good Scott White. That's a great comparison to, not comparison, but mention of Bella Castillo. She too is 14 years old, and in that same kind of Kamron Doyle like category, right? The difference for Bella is we just live in a different world where now we can create our own brands and content much earlier. And her and her parents have done a fantastic job of that, documenting her bowling journey. She did bowl the U.S. Women's Open, and it was fun to watch her bowl.
Yeah, she's very good. I met her down in Odessa a couple years ago. Actually, they were filming us when we were down there on the PBA 50 tour. Her and her dad were down there, and I got to talk to her a little bit down there. Very nice young lady, and a really good bowler.
Like Demore is well on his way, and Kamron was too, minus that, of course, the split in the 6th. But they both do at the moment, got good control of the pocket. That's really all you would want to have in this scenario. Danny Spink just said he's going to get us some scores. So there you go. It's coming. Matt Sanders. Speaking of left-handers.
I know.
How you doing, Matt Sanders? How you been? When can we see you hook it again? Let me know. I want to be first person in line to see the show. Had a chance to chat with Kyle a little bit beforehand, just asked him about his health, and he said it's about the healthiest he's felt in a minute, so that's good.
Yep, got off to a slow start with the hip injury, recovering from that, but yeah, he's looking pretty good, looking a lot better. I'll tell you, the guy bowling on 14 right in front of us, Matt Todd. I know you know him.
Yep.
He's kind of sneaky out here.
Yeah, I saw that you could, you get a little shape on 1, 2, 3, and I'm like,
Yep.
oh, Matt Todd's pretty good at that.
Matt's wheelhouse.
He can do something with that.
Now Ian's moved out there as well. The last shot that he threw was out there.
Someone asked about Pete. I think Pete was going right.
Yeah, I believe he was.
So he will get to us.
He started on, he might be down here on 11 and 12 the next game. I think he started on 25 and 6. So I believe he's on 29 and 30 now. He'll be down here next game.
All right, Kristen, we're still working on scores. Danny Spink has assured me we will have some. Norm Duke, no, he's not bowling this tournament, but he should, though. Well, he'd be perfect on this.
He would be perfect on this. I think he's liking retirement right now.
Yeah, you know, I got a chance to see him at the Wisconsin State High School tournament. He was the guest courtesy of Storm, and it was just fun to call bowling with him. And I can't tell you how many times he said like the retirement thing, like, you know, for all intents and purposes, he is enjoying it, though. He was
absolutely
enjoying being there just as an ambassador, which he is exceptional at. You know, obviously loves the game and has brought a lot of people to it. I'm sure he'll sneak out there at some point with you.
I don't know. We miss him out there for sure. Such a nice guy and always fun to hang around with. Love playing golf with him.
Mr. Anderson, appreciate you checking in. And Mr. Reed, Ryan Reed checking in. His picture's on the banner down on lane 1.
Yes, it is. I remember Ryan. How you doing, Ryan?
Well, Matt, I guess we won't be bowling. But I did say earlier, this pattern would be like, I'd want to bowl on this. We were just talking about playing the gutter here, and that's where I learned to play the gutter. And in this building. And it did always hook, which is why I enjoyed it.
It still hooks. Even with the new surface, it still hooks.
Jason Davis saying hello to John.
Hey, Jason, I'll see you in Florida soon, I'm sure.
I'll throw the pattern on the screen once we see the final score from Blake Demore, which might be a winner.
.225 with a strike.
And again, every tournament you bowl, right? Everything. Pin count on fills always matter, etc. But on this,
especially in a one-game tournament.
One game, it's one game every time.
Right.
To win, 224 might get it done. Paying 2 spots, $16.25 for first, $1,000 for second. Again, $16.25 for first, $1,625, and $1,000 for first. I'm sorry, second. Beg your pardon. You get your money back. And money meaning your entry fee. It's a $1,000 buy-in. You get that back if you cash in either game. And you get 8 chances. Now we're down to 6 chances. Matt Todd. It's a good break.
Yeah, he's throwing a Crux Prime. Another big ball. He's got a lot of surface on it, I'm sure.
And again, that situation where you look around in your area and you go, oh, okay. Well, what do I have to beat? Now Matt Todd can basically now needs 3 and a 10th if he makes the spare to at least beat Blake Demore.
Right.
I see a 2-teen.
Yeah, it looks like 212 maybe.
On 19 and 20. Let's see. I'm going to write down Blake Demore's score myself. I'm not telling you he's winning, but it's in contention. Okay, we've got scores. All right, game one, Mike Sapolis was your winner with 244. Wow, Nick Kruml shot back-to-back 227s.
Oh, yeah?
He shot 227 in game one, too. That got him $1,000. So Nick Kruml, 227 game one. Against Sapolis wins 16-25. And then in game two, wow, there was a 268.
Wow.
From you-know-who.
PDW?
Yep.
Really?
Pete Weber, 268 in game two. Holy snikes. Well, I mean, no one should ever be surprised if Pete Weber randomly just shoots 268 on something that where you maybe shouldn't shoot 238, let alone 268. All right, so Pete, 268 for 16-25. And again, Nick Kruml's 227 effort again. 2 second-place finishes with 227. You'll take that in this format.
I would, yeah,
this
all
tournament.
day long. All day long.
All right, so game one, let me throw them in each chat. Game one, Mike Sapolis, 244. Nick Kruml, 227. Game two, PDW, 268. Nick Kruml, 227. Those are your games 1 and 2 winners. Essentially, we're playing 2 spots, 22 entries. One of the, I think they said it was probably the second lowest entry count since they've been doing this. Their very first one, they had 18 bowlers, and it's been growing ever since. Obviously, with players like Kyle, Brad, Pete, local players and local touring professionals, even including yourself. You're not bowling, but you got some influence. And it has grown into what is kind of the, mega bucks. Not to be confused with the Mega Bucks events of yesteryear. So I don't want people to be all up in arms. Hey, Emil, you compared it to. No, it's not that.
Nope.
But and to some degree, if you want to put up a nice sum of money and have an opportunity to win a nice sum of money, this is kind of where it's at.
Sure, absolutely.
Mega action, as I like to say. All right, we're all done with game 3 on both 11 through 14 and 19 through 22. So game 4 will be next. Before you go, John, let's see, 2 questions. One more time on how you think the lanes might continue to play as these games move forward. And then 2, what are you looking forward to at the World Series for the PBA 50?
Okay, well, the way they're transitioning, we kind of saw it a little bit here in front of us on 11 and 12. Right-handers are starting to move left a little bit. The surface is kind of taking the oil away and kind of opening the lane up a little bit. It's still tight, but I think you'll continue to see that. As far as the World Series goes, we're on. It's just like the Kids World Series. We're going to be on 3 different patterns, a short, medium, and long, with the championships afterwards. We're at Jack 60 in Jackson, Michigan. Really looking forward to going back to that place. Dave Small does a great job for us there every year.
Great host. Great proprietor.
Absolutely. So I'm looking forward. Hopefully, the rest of the year goes real well. Hopefully stay healthy and no injuries. And we finish out the last 2 months with a really strong showing for those tournaments and see what happens after that. Some regionals and stuff, but a lot of bowling going on. I think I got like 6 days off in the next 2 months, few travel days.
You sound like you work for Bowl TV.
I hang out with those guys quite a bit. Chuck Ritchie, a few others. But yeah. But, man, I really want to thank you for having me in the booth. Also, let me give a quick shout-out to my sponsors, Rotogrip, Turbo, I Am Bowling. Without those people, man, I couldn't be out there doing what I'm doing. And so grateful for all the support that they give us. And to guys like you and Bowl TV and Bowl
Stream too, that's right.
With you
and Brad and Kyle tonight.
Yep, absolutely. And I appreciate y'all having me on here and looking forward to getting home and watching the end of this.
Thanks, John. It's nice to catch up with you. And maybe I'll see you in August, but if not, bowl well, and look forward to seeing you again in the winter, sir.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it much. I enjoyed hanging out with you.
My man. That is John Marsala. You catch him on the PBA 50 Tour, the World Series of Bowling. One of St. Louis's greats. Checking in with us here on Bowlstream TV and the Brad and Kyle channel tonight. And speaking of Brad, Brad has now joined us on lane 13. 13 and 14 for Brad and Kyle. Sorry, just Brad. You know, I'm so used to calling them Brad and Kyle. It's just Brad right now. We just saw Kyle solo, too. Someone did ask in of the chats about PDW's ball card. And Pete is throwing or did list a reality check and a phase 2. And you see Brad, that's a gym. So we've got Matt Todd, Ryan Stubblefield, and there's Kyle. Just saw Cam. He threw a lot of shots like that. Just unable to put them all together. A split here, a split there. And that'll turn, obviously, what looks like it could be 220 into, 170, 180 pretty quickly.
My dad actually left Mac and went to California. Come on! They paid him what he was making out there. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
If you're just joining us, my name is Emil Williams Jr. We reach Game 4 here of Midnight Bowler Society tonight. $1,000 buy-in, paying 2 spots with 22 entries, 2 spots per game. 8 games, you get 2 chances essentially to win that game. But you got 8 total opportunities to cash in this tournament. If you put a couple together, like Nick Kruml has already, a couple of 227s have gotten him to $2 grand already. His 227s, by the way, both were second places. One to 244 and the other to 268. Again, 1625 for first. That's what gets you paid if you win essentially the high game. And then you get your entry fee back for any second place finish throughout the 8 games. Streaming live on Bowlstream TV as well as the Brad and Kyle channel. Kyle, or Brad and Kyle, and I think Dennis, all 3 doing their thing, handling some content here this evening. Look forward to what they will put together, as they always do after this tournament, on the Brad and Kyle channel. So make sure you have subscribed if you haven't. And then I would encourage you, if you haven't already, you're new or unfamiliar with Bowlstream TV, I would certainly appreciate it if you could subscribe to my channel as well. We've got actually a few events coming up on Bowlstream TV. Next week, we're headed to the 2nd annual CBE Cactus Classic. That is a $10,000 event. $10,000 to the winner. It was a great event in its inaugural year. last year hosted by Theo Duthay and the great people of Sun City and the Phoenix area. Great participation. He even added a day in the squad and a pro-am to it this year. That will begin next Friday. So I'll be headed to Phoenix next Thursday. The New Mexico Open will be in August. That's another event on Bowlstream TV. That'll be August 18th through the 20th. A couple of youth events that are on the schedule as well for Bowlstream TV. I actually was at a youth event this morning, part of the Elite Youth Tour. Bowlstream TV is a sponsor there. I drove out to Arlington Heights to set up. Shout out to my guy Mark London for filling in for me. I set up the equipment, make sure Mark was good, and then I rode out and drove to St. Louis to set up and be here tonight at St. Charles Lanes. So do me a favor and subscribe to Bowlstream TV. Also got some, it's been a busy week. I spent the last however many days at the U.S. Women's Open. And so I got some emails to return and send, and there could be some other events coming up in the future. In fact, speaking of Phoenix, shout out to the Agent Ong Open. That will be in October. That's an inaugural event as well, another $10,000 event. That one's got a lot of not only varying squads, but there are also a few divisions, if I'm not mistaken, as well. So there's some things brewing at the Agent Ong Open. You might want to check that one out, folks. Visit that Facebook page. Again, Agent Ong Open. That's ONG Open. Philip, yeah, got a chance to reconnect with Mark. It had been a few years since I saw him in person, for sure. And but he was available. Lives in Iowa, so a short enough drive. And I appreciate him being available. I'm starting to get to a point, which I guess is a good thing, where I'm not free a lot, which is both good and bad. Oh, we got Tabitha Thomas checking into the Bowlstream TV chat. Okay. TT in the building. Chris. Rep has been here. Look at y'all just coming on over. Wow, you see what Kyle's ball hooked. That ball hooked before the arrows. We're kind of there at that point already. Wait, you knew it was going to start to hook early, just a matter of how early and when. And I think Brad thought that was a really good shot. Hello, Don Griffin. My man, Don. Appreciate you checking in. Melanie McDaniel in the chat as well. Speaking of chats, let me check our, as I was late on checking our Facebook group chat. I'm in with Danny and Billy. They were sending me scores and I missed them. So no update for Game 3 as of yet. They are kind of personally going down and grabbing scores from everyone's score sheet and then putting them together. So bear with them on that. Shout out to Denise. She's handling brackets. Oof. Oof. That's not the break you want, certainly. But Nick Kruml, again, 227 the first couple of games. Speaking of the first couple games, let's see some of the other scores. In game 1, there were 3 200 games, 200 or better, 3. Now, in any other year, right, if those additional players had been available, that would have been a cashing spot. Ian Jones shot 217, just missed getting paid. And then in game 2, there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 games of 200 or better. Again, with 268 being the winner, that was Pete Weber, PDW, and 227 earning second. That was from Nick Kruml. Jerry Mars shot 226 in game 2. Matt Todd shot 215. Spencer Robarge also shot 226. Mike Sapolis went down there after shooting 244 and followed with 211. Larry Pete is bowling, and I think we're going to see him next. He is moving right. Left lane moves left, right lane moves right. He started down on the higher end, so he should be making the flip down to 11 through 14. Actually, I take that back. He's on 21 and 22 now. And looks like that group is into the 5th frame. So we'll be able to check them out here in a little bit. Since we are streaming on the Brad and Kyle channel, certainly I would be remiss if we didn't watch Brad and Kyle. Dom Partapillo. What's up, Dom? Shout out to the Web Boys, Dom. Never forget. Good question on why are the players leaving what they're leaving. That's a big 3-bagger there from Kamron Doyle. And the answer simply lies in the oil pattern. The lane condition is presenting the challenge here tonight, as they always do typically. This one is a bit different. It's about as challenging as one can get. That's not true. Well, I think we've all seen some stuff out there. This one's 48 feet though, with 37.85 mils. So high volume, lengthy. And we can learn more actually about the pattern here in just a second. Let me throw it on the screen for you after Brad did what he just did. There it is again. I'll move it to the right so you can see Kyle Sherman. And we can discuss the pattern right now with one Danny Spink, who is one half the duo who somehow gets all of this together every year. And now that I've seen it for 3 years in a row, I don't know how they do it.
Oh, thank you.
But they do it. They get it done, and I appreciate their efforts, and I know everyone else does as well. So please welcome Danny Spink to the booth. Danny, how you doing?
Doing well. It's nice to sit down and get a little airtime.
Yeah, I know. I asked you earlier because I knew, I don't get much time with you when we do this event. But I understand why. You guys are doing a lot, and you got some help. But first and foremost, for those who are new to the event, or maybe they've seen it before, but they don't know how it originated and how the idea came about. How did you get to this point with the Midnight Bowler Society?
Yeah, well, taking it way back, there's a guy out there named Mike Flanagan
He's a good guy.
talk about back when he managed Crest Bowl. He did these live streams, and Tim Barrett, Nick Weber, RJ Clan, they would do action bowling. And I grew up in the environment I grew up. Pot bowling was big,
Right.
and I attribute a lot of any success I had in bowling to getting that underage, not allowed experience bowling for money to kind of sharpen those competitive bowling skills. Long story short, going into more of my adult life, there just wasn't a lot of high stakes bowling, competitive bowling, and it was just the most fun. It's amazing how big of a crowd that would stay around 1, 2 o'clock in the morning after leagues are done to watch 3 or 4 guys bowl for $5, $10, $20, $30 a game. And where I live, that was a lot of money. That was more than they make an hour a lot of times, more than they make in 2 hours. So it doesn't sound like a lot, but, it was a big deal. And I was working Billy Locke, who I partner with now, and originally I started this up with Ricky Matsko. He worked with me back then too. When we put this together, the idea was to put, there's something I had wanted to exist and something I wanted to bowl, it just didn't exist. And the big thing, as I wanted to put together something I think that the bowling industry struggles with, is a spectator-friendly sport. Bowling is a long-form, athletic sport.
It's a really good point.
And for someone to watch bowling, it's difficult to sit there and watch an 8-10 game block and stay engaged. Let alone a PBA event where you're bowling 30, 40, 50 games over the course. It's just hard to get new blood into watching bowling when that's what's available to them. So we came up with this idea. We wanted to get a small group, and before I ever announced the event, I went to 10, 15 of the bowlers I knew that bowled competitively, and I got their buy-in. I'm like, hey, if I put this together, can I get your commitment that you would support it? And so before it ever was a thing, I went behind the scenes and I got some hard commitment. And when I first released the tournament, I already had the 10, I think it was 10 bowlers at the time, that I released the tournament with the 10 bowlers already announced. And from there, Ricky Matsko, he had a Twitch channel, so he live streamed it that first year and helped me run it. And kind of the rest is history. Every year, it's the bowlers. They're the call it the show ponies, right? Like, we come out here to watch them. They put their money on the line. And a lot of these guys aren't professionals. They're guys who are going to go to work on Monday, and they might bowl a couple nights a league. But at some point in time in their life, they were really competitive, and they still have that fire. And this gives them a chance to, you got Brad and Kyle out here. You got Nick Kruml, who just pretty much set every record possible at the USBCs, I think. And then some of the guys who aren't here, Kamron Doyle's here, and I'm missing a few people that are here. I'm probably going to get, Pete. Well, yeah, of course, Pete. But then all the guys who are out, who made the top 24 that show up every year. EJ Tackett's been a huge supporter. Simonson, huge supporter. Missing names again, but I'm going to yell that later. But they come out, they have an opportunity to earn money, but at the end of the day, it's really about the spectators coming and having something that's exciting to watch. It's a very long-winded answer, but that's what it is.
Well, that's important. I mean, it's important because everything's got an origin story, right? And it's important to know the origin story to get to this point. People got to understand why it is. People got to understand why it was so important for Kamron Doyle to just basically go to back six to shoot 226, which might win him a game.
Well, 224 just won. 211 just got second, and it was nauseating. Spencer Robarge has been on. He's probably got the best look in the building. He'll be coming up on screen here in a second, I'm sure. But got the most consistent look to the pocket, but he just railroaded a 9-pin in the 10th. He was on 196, needed a mark, and then to fill the box to shoot 226 and win the game. He railroads the 9-pin and catches some oil and hydroplanes and misses it to the left to shoot 206 and lose to 211.
Yeah, that's
outside of cash. That is for any bowler out there, being in those moments where you have to get up there and make it happen. It's hard to explain that to someone who doesn't bowl, and that's just a glimpse into into the grit behind bowling, because if you don't look at it, you think it's this dorky thing, but I mean, there's some real athletic, mental toughness that goes into it. Golf is in a position now where it gets recognized for that, but bowling is equal, if not more, complicated than golf in a lot of ways. And it's just hard to display that because bowling alleys are closed in. You can't get cameras from every angle. You know, you have so many people you can fit into a building, sponsors. But geez Louise, bowling is, man, those moments are tough to swallow when you lose, and then there's something you can carry with you for years after you do something amazing. It's awesome.
You said 211 was second last game?
211. Matt Todd, 211 for second.
All right, so Matt Todd, 211, and then who was first?
That was Blake Demore.
Blake Demore.
With 224. And I think Blake's actually playing him in, or when I went to watch him bowl down there, he was playing inside.
That happened on 13 and 14? No, 11 and 12.
Yeah, I practiced on this last night. We put the pattern together. So for one shout out, John Janowitz, JJ, major champion.
Yep.
What's funny about him is I don't know him in person. I've seen him bowl tournaments, I've bowled team trials, things like that.
Right.
Never had time to sit down with him. And when I first started building these patterns, I just messaged him randomly and just, hey, I need help. I've got this cool idea. I know you know what you're doing, and I want it to be done well. I'll put Kegel on the flyer. Like, can you help? And there was just like not even a hum-ha, like, yes. And I had a pattern like the next day. And this one, I was running a bit behind on the promotion of it this year. I just had life and work, things like that. And I was late to reach out to him about a pattern. In the middle of him winning a major, I'm bugging him about building a pattern. And with the most grace possible, he's like, I didn't get a response. I'm like, what's going on? And then I'm on Facebook. I'm scrolling. I'm like, oh, he's busy doing big things. And so I apologize up and down. And 48 hours, I think he sent me a pattern in between flights or something along those lines.
I mean, he's something else. I mean, honestly, like he
might be a freak of nature.
He is like, it's everything you would want in a human. That was a big shot there for Matt Todd. That would have got him in the 230s, and now he is not going to be Kamron Doyle at minimum.
Right.
Not including what else is happening on the higher end of the
221 there. I'm like such a score junkie because if I'm not sitting here, I am bouncing everywhere trying to figure out who wins the game, and I got the money in my pocket to pay it out because that's the other side of it. I think so cool. As you're walking off the lane in some instances, I'm handing you your winnings right there. Like that instant gratification is pretty fun. So
I want you to go handle your business, but you got to come back because I got a couple more questions. And I told Billy the same thing. When he gets some time, I want him to stop by too.
Yeah. Well, I got a second. Denise has grabbed the scores.
Okay.
So I got time for a question or two.
From so you mentioned sponsors. We were just talking about the overall obviously game of bowling and what we do, the sport, and trying to make it grow, etc. From that vantage point, would you be interested in having or obtaining more sponsors? Would you not? Like, what do you think in that regard?
Yeah, in a perfect world, so not my full-time job. I do it one time a year. Here, 1 second. Sorry, guys. Yeah, so sponsors would love there's a call it a level up, I guess you could say, to take this to the next level. That's what it would require. And there's a level of acumen and business that goes into that I just don't think I've been prepared to step into, if that makes sense.
Right.
We are incorporated. There's an EIN for it and everything like that. But that's as far as it's really gone. And I think the mental focus and I don't really know what it could be. But yeah, the next step would be sponsorship, because really what I would like to limit the field to maybe 32 or 24. Invite only in a future state. I mean, there's a couple ways it could go. We could grow the field and get 100 bowlers out here all putting up $1,000, which would be cool. Or you go to invite only, get to 32, get a sponsor that's willing to put that money up. and bring those guys in, you have to pay $1,000. Invite only, you pay $1,000, and then maybe there'll be $20,000 from sponsors or $30,000 from sponsors, and you're bowling for some big money. 8 games, each game. Like, I thought that would be really interesting to watch. There's a lot of, I guess, directions that could go, and that was just one little impulsive thought that I've had kind of nagging at me. But then there's the logistics of it financially. What does it look like? How does it, who's getting paid? What's getting paid? Who do I invite? What warrants them getting invited? So I think it's, in the short term, it's going to be more so let's grow the amount of people that are going to come out. This year we typically go in May. We're in June this year, so I think that's a good learning lesson for us next year's. We're going to do everything we can to find it in May or a more appropriate month, and that's going to get more folks coming out, right? If you look at the flyer, we're ready to go. We got pricing ranges all the way up to 48 bowlers, and I think that's where we'll do that in May next year, and I think we have a good chance of getting that 48. We'll promote a little bit heavier. We've got holiday doubles here in St. Louis, St. Clair Bowl.
Yep.
Larry Husky's always really encouraged me to promote there more often, but I just haven't done it, and so might be a thing to do.
That is a good opportunity.
Yeah,
that's a great opportunity.
It's where everybody is. Every bowler and their mother, I think, comes there.
Great opportunity. I know you got some cash in your hand.
Yeah.
So
get to go pay somebody. I have no idea. So I guess we'll find out. I figure Cameron's probably going to be a casher for sure.
Yeah, definitely look out for Cam. And when you get a chance, if you update the scores that you sent me earlier.
Yeah, I'll take a screenshot and send it to you.
Another screenshot, and I'll let, I believe it was Miss Carroll know, asking about Mike's third game. He's been crushing it, Miss Carroll. 244, and then he shot 211.
Oh, Sapolis.
Yes.
Yeah. He's for anybody out of town that doesn't know him, he is a sleeper sharpshooter. The guy's good. All right, I'll bounce out of here. I'll let you have the mic back, and I'll talk to you soon.
All right, thanks, Danny.
Thanks, pal. Bye.
That is Danny Spink, one half of the duo of Danny and Billy Locke. They are the creators of this event, or two of them in its original form. It's taken on a form or two now, and this is kind of where it is. I like knowing the history of an event, and I think it's important for you, the viewer, to know as well. So when you see it, and obviously all the work that they put in. Oh, right on cue.
We bowled a 615, Emil.
That will work.
That's
for
pretty
3
good.
games,
right? 4.
Oh. Yeah, what's that? I mean, curse. Brad Miller.
Do you want the most epic comeback of all time coming up?
Well, so we were, I was asking about lav mics earlier, and this is what I was hoping for, but just while you were bowling. But since you're here, man, I know it's tough, right? Pattern's hard.
Yeah.
What's the deal? What are we?
This is like that day one of U.S. Open. Whatever long pattern USBC decides to put out in their U.S. Opens, whether it's the men or the women, whatever that long one is, yeah, this is just like that. Which makes sense because Janowicz made the pattern. And they're on this kick where they want to make them long to where, you feel like you should play inside, but then they'll put just enough hook outside to where, the only hook on the lane really is out to the right. But if you miss it all, you're splitting. So it doesn't matter where you play. They got them hard. But there's a way.
There is a way. There is a way. Now, I was curious in the regard of, right, it looked like, 1, 2, 3, 4, obviously kind of, most players were going to attempt to play there.
Yeah.
To start. Now, the situation from a transition perspective, that spot's going to get beat up quick.
Right.
I saw a ton of early hook in this area here. How do you combat that? What's the moves potentially for you?
I don't know. You only got 2 balls.
Got that right.
I mean, the thing, if you get your feet left at all, it's not going to hook. So it's like it seems like you should stay right with a cleaner ball if you chose one.
Okay.
That's kind of the deal. If you chose a cleaner ball, you could probably stay out to the right. But as a matter of fact, I don't know. I'm not totally sure what you do in the front hook.
Well, so you chose a gem.
A gem and a phase 2.
And a phase 2.
2 strong balls.
Okay.
So this is St. Charles. very rare you'd need to throw 2 really strong balls at St. Charles no matter what they put out. But I was just thinking, you know, if I throw it well, I could just hit the hole and maybe 2-teen will be okay as long as I get something controllable.
Right.
But I don't know now. I don't think a cleaner ball would have been much better. I just think no. I mean,
Nah. Definitely not on the fresh.
Kruml's throwing a phase 2 and an exotic gem, which I think are 2 really, because the really strong one is actually kind of a cleaner cover, and then the phase 2 has the exotic's probably the better of the options, just because it's St. Charles. It just hooks so much. What about you? You want bowl?
Well, I was talking about it early when we started the broadcast, and I'm like, this pattern, I'm like, yeah, I probably would have bowled on this back in the day.
Yeah.
Like, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4 is playable. You know, I can maneuver some things to kind of fade it to the gutter late to still not have it overhook. Like, I could have made some stuff happen back in the day. Now,
when's the last
I
time
got
you
to put some
bowled?
work in. I bowled a league this past season, so that's the last time I bowled. I did bowl 45 games worth.
Are you gonna bowl again?
Yes.
Hey,
yes.
we got a keeper.
It will be 3 years in a row after a 5-year break. So yeah, I even said, you know what? I mean, maybe we sponsor somebody to bowl this thing next year.
Why not?
I mean, I would put in on somebody's entry fee.
I mean, there's people out here that never put their money into bowling tournaments. There's people that don't bowl, and they come out just for the action.
Yeah, I saw some Calcutta folks out there, just, you know, and I know they don't bowl. They're from the area, but I know they don't bowl.
But it's funny because if you were to go up against all these guys, like just a normal tournament play, brackets, that whole thing, it doesn't seem as appealing.
Right.
But one game shot every game.
Right.
Why not? So, all right, I think we're getting ready to start up. Appreciate you guys.
I was going to say, you want to say anything to Bowlstream TV and, of course, Brad and Kyle?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for tuning in, guys. If you guys haven't, head on over to Bowlstream TV. Just subscribe. Do everything to support our man, Emil. What's your next event coming up?
Next week, we got the Cactus Classic, CBE Cactus Classic in Phoenix. You should start bowling that.
Really?
Yeah, 10K. 10,000 to the winner. Darren Tang won it last year.
Is it the same people that run the New Mexico Open type deal?
No, different people, but it's similar type of event. It's kind of based around the New Mexico Open.
That's next weekend?
It's next weekend.
Yeah, we got Nationals, but...
Well, the New Mexico Open.
When's that one?
August 18th through the 20th.
SYC.
Are you a guest or you're an athlete?
Yeah,
you're an
working
athlete. Yes.
So if you're going to the SYC, and I believe it's Green Bay, maybe?
Oh, yeah, good.
August 17th, 18th.
Yeah.
And the week before that, August 11th, I think it's August 11th, we are going up to Manhattan to be on Fox and Friends.
Oh, nice. You got the deal.
We got the deal.
Nice. You and Kyle?
Yeah.
Just you two?
Yep.
Nice.
So.
Congrats.
Yeah, dude.
That's a big deal.
Yeah, man.
How about that?
I mean, I don't watch Fox and Friends or anything, but it's national television. So they're going to have like a lane out on Times Square.
They do it nice, man. They build a lane outside. There's a nice full segment. The hosts go out there, and whoever the guests are, bowl, show them a little thing or two.
Yep.
I wouldn't bring your face too.
No.
Don't bring that.
And I got to figure out how to beat Spencer here real quick. So.
All right, my man.
Appreciate you guys.
Appreciate it. That's great. This is great. All right, that was Brad Miller. B-Ride taking a little time. We used to call him Baby Miller back in the day when he was a freshman. Brad was a freshman, by the way, when I was starting grad school. He was a freshman. I used to coach him every now and then on the B team. And he spent a little time on the B team. Not a lot, but a little bit. I got to tell him about the Agent Ong Open, too. Basically, every event I stream, Brad and Kyle should be bowling. All right, so we'll see it. We'll see Brad. This will be the last time he'll be on this side of the building. He's going to move on to the high side for the last 3 games tonight. All right, so Spencer Robarge is down with us here. Nick Kruml Payton Nabak. We've got Ryan Stubblefield. And there is one player I cannot see. We got Pete Weber, Kamron Doyle. They're on 19 and 20. Pete will be on 13 and 14 next. So we'll be joined by Pete for games 6 and 7. That couldn't have worked out better. Shout out to Brad and Kyle, though, on Fox and Friends. You know, for the longest time, a few years now, I don't think about it. I don't remember all of the guests, but, you know, that's a big deal. And I did used to work for USBC, and, you know, so I'd be in the convos just about kind of the game plan, if you will, for Fox and Friends and who's going to go cover it and all that kind of stuff. And I think Kelly's been out there. Danielle's been out there. Man, trying to think who else has been out there recently, but it's cool. That's dope. Happy for those guys. And for what they do for the sport, honestly, they essentially did change it. They changed the way we look at coverage in that sense, them and Mike. That's right, Double A was on there. Yeah, Matt, appreciate you, Matthew. Everyone talks about what bowling needs. Well, yeah, you need Brad and Kyle on Fox and Friends. You can talk about, you know, what they've done to help change bowling, help bring viewers into the full view, if you will, of what it's like to be a touring professional. I'm sure all of those things will come up. That's generally in August, I think, for National Bowling Day. All right, so if you are just joining us, a good time to reset. We just had Brad Miller in the booth, but that was because we had some time. There was a few pairs to finish up. So Brad stopped in for a little bit. We were just talking about ball choices, and it sounds like if he could, he might be, he would rethink the strategy and maybe choose one different ball. The problem is, as you know, the games continue on and the players continue to play in that spot of that 1, 2, 3, 4 area, and you just saw a good microcosm of it. Realistically, you saw Nick Kruml, which see some early hook on 12, which it's early hooking for sure. And then you saw Brad, which that shot looked really good, but it just kept going straight. Nice spare. I want to give a shout out to the Georgia, I believe it was the Georgia Sports Scratch Series, if I'm not mistaken. I saw them post recently that they would be watching tonight, which we appreciate that certainly. And then 2, they may want to start something like this. So that's pretty cool when you've got other kind of sport or bowling tournament entities wanting to do something that models what you've created. I think that's the perfect opportunity for not collaboration, if you will, but I know Danny reached out and said he would certainly help them get started. So if the Georgia Scratch Bowler Series is watching, appreciate you dropping a post, watching, hanging out. Hopefully you subscribe to Bowlstream TV as well as Brad and Kyle. G Money in the building. What's up, G? If Jenna is listening, I hope that recovery is going well, Jenna. I was going to bother y'all, but I'm like, I'll let Jenna rest. All right, so Danny just told me I've got an update on scores, and I do. All right, folks. So we got them updated through 4 games. And so game 4, and boy, if John Marsala is home already. We were talking about Koty Aldrich, and as the tournament was going to continue on, he was going to get better. He shot 244 in game 4, and that's a winner. So 16-25 to Koty Aldrich. Koty, by the way, with a supernova and an eternity for those of you who may enjoy that inkling of information. And Kamron Doyle's 226 that we saw in front of us, which we thought might be a winner. Didn't get him a win, but it did get him a grand. He got his money back, or at least his entry fee. Speaking of Kamron Doyle. So 244, 226, the winning scores in game 4. Boston's own, you tell me which player you would like to know about, and I will tell you what equipment they did check. And if you missed game 3, Danny did mention that as well. So let me throw that in there as also. So game 3, paying scores. Here we go. Again, game 3. First was Blake Demore. Shot 226. I'm sorry, 224. Second was Matt Todd at 211. That was game 3. Again, in case you missed that. And then game 4. Paying scores. Koty Aldrich, 244. Kamron Doyle, 226. All right, so from a bowling ball perspective, Brad is currently throwing a gem. He would have took that on the Brooklyn side. Nick Kruml, and looks like a phase 2. And Nick checked in an exotic gem and a phase 2, as Brad just told me. Spencer Robarge, who Danny Spink joined us just for a split second, but just enough to talk about the origin of this event. And Spencer Robarge probably having the best look, but unfortunately has had some tough breaks late. Spencer's got a supernova in his hand. He also checked in an IQ Tour Solid. No urethane on the 2-ball check-in for Spencer Robarge. Nice shot by Ryan Stubblefield. Stubby, our All-American at Lindenwood. He and Payton Nabak trying to get something going here. Good shot for Robarge. Payton, by the way, he checked in an Axiom Pearl and a Purple Hammer. Oh, good shot, too. He's utilizing the dry and that area that they have created, at least on the left, with ease. Now, there's not that many lefties, so to me, it's a little bit easier to control it on that side, to me. Nick Kruml, yes, he has been winning everything. I didn't even know he was in the lead at Ozarks or won the Ozarks. Who else? You guys mentioned in the chat. Someone asked about Brad and Kyle. I think I got Brad. I don't remember what Kyle. No, let me refer to the list. Sorry, Kyle. Kyle checked in a phase 2 and a phase 5. There's Stubby. Push. Nice. You got a little loft, and that started to work well late on 11 and 12. Stubby's got an IQ tour and an eternity. Peel. Let's see. Boston's own. Anything else you need? Terry, yes. PDW, reality check, and phase 2. Nice. And Kruml will take that. Kristen, good night. Appreciate you tuning in. Always see you supporting Brad and Kyle, and on their behalf, I appreciate you for doing that, and I appreciate you supporting me this evening. Feel free to subscribe to Bullstream TV. Hit the thumbs up on both of our streams tonight. Keith, that's a good question, and the answer is yes. Players can adjust surfaces between each game. It has to be completed before the start of their next game, and everyone does start at the same time. They don't allow other pairs to get done first, etc., and then go ahead and begin the next game. Everyone starts the same game or the next game at the same time. Helps keep the pace. Chris, you know what? I will work on that. I have some small ideas on certain items to have, T-shirts, whatever it may be. So yeah, in the future, that is going to be a thing, especially for long events. We've got some long events coming up next week. We got a kind of a typical Friday to Sunday. Kayleen Bishop checking in. Kayleen. Good to see you virtually. Kayleen, do me a favor, and I'm sure you've subscribed to Brad and Kyle. Go ahead and go over to Bullstream TV and also subscribe there. Daniel. Yes, I will speak to it, and and to do it even better, I might even have Billy come in and talk about that, actually. That's the early hook on lane 12. Now, Ryan Stubblefield, who is just to the right of your screen here, about to step up on lane 13, was experiencing that, and his move was to loft it kind of over that spot. And he's working on a 3-bagger here on 13 and 14, and to get opportunity. 13 and 14 again has won some money. Mike Sapolis opened up with 244, won some money on 13 and 14. Stubby, the loft again. Kamron Doyle just shot 226 on 13 and 14, won himself some money. Here are your game payouts from 1 through 4. Here we go. Mike Sapolis, game 1, winner 244. $1,625. Second place, Nick Kruml, 227. That's $1,000. That's game 1. Again, Mike Sapolis, 244. Nick Kruml, 227. First place, $1,625. 1625. Second, $1,000. Game 2, Pete Weber, PDW, 268. That looks to be still the high game of the tournament so far. 268. Pete's got himself 1625. Nick Kruml again second with 227. He went back-to-back 227 games for $1,000 apiece. That's game 2. Stubblefield again, feeling it. Game 3. Blake Demore, 224. Blake Demore, that's a game 3 first place winning 224. 1625 to Blake. Matt Todd, shout out to Matt Todd at Lindenwood Bowling. $1,000 for his second place finish of 211. Again, that's game 3. And in game 4, again, game 4, Koty Aldrich, 244. Kamron Doyle, 226. Koty wins 1625. Again, $1,625 USD. Kamron Doyle, 226. That's second. We've seen a couple of recurring scores. 244 has won. Kruml again with the Krumler, if you will. We've seen a couple of 244s. One took first, one took second. We've seen 2 227 games by the same person. They each took second. 226 and 224 has gotten paid. One took home a first, one took home a second. The low game to win so far through 4 games has been 211. I'm sorry, the low game to cash, I beg your pardon. The low game to cash has been 211. And the high game of the day to take home money has been 268. Here is Stubblefield. Again, good scores have come about on 13 and 14. Stubby, who he missed left, get the break. He will not. That's a good enough break, though. It could have been a design. Single pin might get him some money, though. 240 about guarantees you to win. So Robarge, who left a brutal 9-pin before, now all of a sudden, a strike away from being in the 230s. This is the point where I like in this tournament, and it happens every game like this, and hopefully they happen around the same time where we can see it, but where it's kind of like, oh, 10-pin goes, 7-pin remains. That was an opportunity there for Brad. Stubblefield, I believe he saved it. That could have been trouble. It's Robarge. Bang. Spencer. Danny Spink came over here, again, just before this game began, or a little bit before, and talked about Spencer leaving a 9-pin to essentially shoot 2-0. That cost him some money. $10 here would put him at 234, and more than likely is going to get some cash. Like Sidney Dean. I do detect the smell of cash in the air. $233 is good. So $233 from Spencer Robarge. $223 from Ryan Stubblefield, and we don't know. That one's going to be close. It's going to be close for Stubby. All right, Pete just finished up. The high score on 19 and 20 was 207. Jerry Mars finishing up. Let's check in over on that pair with Jerry Mars finishing up. Ian Drone And looks like maybe Jason Miller. Again, Ryan Stubblefield, 223, an opportunity to get into the 240s. Certainly needed the first. If he gets the first, and he's got a chance to beat Spencer Robarge in that moment, but Robarge with 233. And that might be the leader in the clubhouse at the moment. I'll keep throwing the pattern up just for our new viewers as you check in. That's what the players are bowling on. That's why it's so tough. That's why you see some of the leaves you're seeing. 48 feet, extremely high volume. Flat pattern.
He's pretty good. He'll show up when it counts. Yeah. I was on water.
Anchors 88, that's right. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Whoa, whoa. Shout out to Wu-Tang.
Come sit with me. No, bro, I'm trying to go home. You tired of watching? Well, I'm tired of sat in the sun for like 8 hours. I feel badly for you. Feel badly for myself. What's tomorrow gonna be? Hot as fuck. Extra hot Sunday, Sunday. Yeah. With the taste of orange. Alright, so get going. Tomorrow, yeah, go.
Final few shots here. A high score here is 217. That's where Jerry can get to, but that won't be higher than either of the two scores we just saw as you watched. But he may not know that, certainly. All right, got some questions on cashers. Let's see. Would you guys prefer me to type it in the chats, respectively, or just continue to mention them over the air regarding the cashers, when they cash, which games, and what their scores or totals were? You guys tell me. I'm happy to do either way. Okay, I will type it. Looks like everyone, no, that's not true. The 23 and 24 finishing up along with 25 and 26. All right, Billy Locke is going to join us here in the next game. And we'll talk about payouts, how they get to those numbers, et cetera, and so forth. So, forgot who asked that question. Man, I told you I would get the source to just make sure that what I have correct or is correct based on the information I know and have told by the tournament directors. And there's no better way to do that than just talk to the tournament directors themselves. We already talked to Danny, and I will talk to Billy for a little bit as well. That's coming up in a minute. I'm going to have something typed for you here in a second to help you with game totals and cashers. Again, players do not begin the next game until everyone is complete with the previous game. So everyone begins and ends at the same time. There are a few pairs with 2 tonight. So far, by the way, just again looking at the numbers again, there has been 1 repeat casher, and that's been Nick Kruml. If my eyes are not deceiving me. All right, we're almost ready to go. Oh, it looks like Jason Miller's starting, and we're going. All right, there we go. There it is. It should be game 6. And let's give you this. Let me know if y'all can see that.
I'm gonna go get like a refill on his drink, and then I will be right back. You go right ahead. Spencer. I'm getting like a refill.
All right, game 1. I'm sorry, game 6, frame 1 now on 11 and 12 is underway. So we'll remove that, and I'll update that as I get the scores in. So hopefully that was all good. Appreciate you, Derek, and everyone else watching again on Bowlstream TV as well as the Brad and Kyle YouTube channel tonight. We might be done. This might be the quickest, maybe, in my experience. This is my 3rd year being a part of the event and handling the live stream, and I thank Danny and Billy for inviting me a couple years back and me being available. It's a fun event. It really is. There is the entry count is a little lower than it has been, and again, players out there doing their thing on the PBA Tour Finals. There is at least 4 players who have bowled this event in the past who are part of the PBA Tour Finals tonight, or that's happening this weekend, I should say. EJ Tackett has bowled. Anthony Simonson has bowled. I learned Chris Prater has bowled, and Packy has bowled. And I know that Jacob Buttrick has bowled. Actually, that's 5. 5 players of the 8 from the competing in this weekend's Tour Finals have bowled this tournament before, and would have bowled had there not been a conflicting date. And a couple folks, of course, it's June, so the opportunity to vacay is right there. But as Danny mentioned, and for those of you who may have missed that, he said they did learn, obviously, some things about, changing the date. They were trying a different date in June. They actually thought they would get more players able to bowl just because of the date. But, one of those things where you take a chance and you got to plan, and it's still a good event. Had some conflictions, and so now they'll move it back to make sure that, from a PBA perspective and or PWBA, that there won't be any conflicts in that regard, and then hopefully get as many as you can. Come on, 7. Oh, the house. What up, Pat? They aren't doing terribly well. In fact, Brad came over when he had a few minutes prior to the last game and said, he gave me like a sly joke thing, like he shot 615, but I was thinking he shot it for 3, but it was for 4. So Brad is not killing them like he did last year, but he was ready for a big back half. Pete has cashed already in the event, 268 in game 2. That got him 1,600, in fact 1,625 as a matter of fact. Excellent. All right, we welcome into the booth now. We talk to Danny, and we get the other half of this tournament directing duo into the booth. We welcome in Billy Locke. And Billy, first of all, thanks for dropping by. I know obviously you're busy, you and Danny both, but I appreciate you sharing some time.
Oh, sure.
How you doing?
Pretty good. It's going about as smooth as we can hope for. I mean, I'm happy with the pattern. It is tough as can be. And it's really, it's interesting. It's really, really interesting how it's people are creating area or creating a shot that I didn't think would be there, but it is. Because Danny and I bowled on it last night, and it was not easy. We really only found one area, which was the gutter, but other people are making it work.
What are you seeing that has surprised you? Like, what have people created that you didn't expect?
I've seen a few slow rolling on the inside. Blake Demore is doing it. He's cashed.
Yeah. Ian Drone was doing it earlier too, and he almost cashed.
Jerry Mars, he hasn't. I don't think he's cashed yet, but he is plus. He's sitting third overall, and he's playing inside.
I'm glad you said that before we get to it. We had some questions about 8-game totals. Is that a separate side pot?
Yep.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yep, it's $200 side pot. We have a $200 overall pot and a $200 eliminator.
How does the eliminator work in this format?
In this, so we had 16 entries. The low two get knocked off every game.
Okay.
We pay the top 2 spots. We're paying $2,000 for first, $1,200 for second on that, and then I think the eliminator there's 15 entries. I think it's $1,900 and $1,100, and the overall is $2,000 and $1,200.
I just looked at the scores. Again, thanks to Danny for sending me that screenshot. Update on Kyle Sherman. He has cashed. Kyle Sherman has cashed. Ring the bell. Sound the alarm. Brad and Kyle channel. 227 got him a grand. And the winner was Spencer Robarge, who we watched on 11 and 12.
Spencer's been right there all night.
Yeah, I would have been shocked if he walked out of here without at least one win and certainly a second based on his look in practice. And and again on this, 8 games and a lot of transition going to happen, but
he is on the other side though.
Not a ton of lefties.
Yeah.
And I just thought, watching him, I'm like, this is right up his.
Yeah, this is his wheelhouse. Yeah, and he's really the only left. Oh no, he's throwing surface, I guess.
Not a ton, but some are.
Yeah.
All right, so there was a question earlier in the chat about how you guys kind of came up with the theme, if you will, and Danny kind of talked about it a little bit, the theme, but also, the buy-in price, and then how that affects your payouts, the payout structure, which you guys have for numerous amounts of bowlers and entries, etc. So how do you guys come up with that? How does all that work for you?
Well, the entry fee was more or less, we just really wanted, I don't know, not exclusivity, but we wanted straight up pot games, like the high dollar pot games, which you don't hear about anymore. So we were taking a shot in the dark to see if it would work. And then, we pay 8 games, pay 1 of 8. If we have, 16 bowlers, 24 bowlers, we became just too shy of 24 bowlers. We would have paid a 3rd spot if we got it. But yeah, we have, I have prize funds all the way up to 60 bowlers.
Nice.
Hopefully one day we get there.
I'm going to say that because I'm very optimistic and I really enjoy what you guys are doing, that it's going to happen.
we got every year we get more people sharing it and asking questions and interested. But yeah, I think we're going to go back to May next year. We just too many schedule conflicts.
I tell you, since I've been on this side of it, one as a kind of a now business owner and trying to figure out inquiries about working events or can you come stream, and then everything else that I do. There's only so many days. There's only so many weekends, and every bowling tournament is on the weekend.
Yeah, that is so true. And then we try to get the data out there as soon as we can. We have to work around everybody else's.
Sure.
But yeah.
Just put the updated caching screenshot on the board. So again, Spencer Robarge 233, Kyle Sherman 227. That's 1625 for Spencer and 1,000 for Kyle, respectively.
Yeah, Kyle needed the second hit in the 10th to win. Got it out a little bit. But that's still really good. The scores are actually a little higher than I expected, but I mean, these are amazing bowlers. Like I said, they found stuff I didn't even think would be there, and they're making it work.
Good spare by the legend Pete Weber. I haven't seen Pete. I didn't see his 268 game as well, so I can't tell you how he was doing it.
Right off the gutter. It was hooking twice. It was hooking immediately, sitting, and then hooking at the last second. And it was actually, he had good ball motion through the pocket, which is hard to get on this.
Payton here has had a solid look. He started games well, and then, unfortunately in this situation, he's run into some trouble. There has been a lot of spares missed.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, nice break for Robarge. He's probably been owed a couple today.
Oh, I watched him smash a 7 or an 8-10 down there. Unbelievable. I don't know if that was on the live stream or not, but man, it was.
No, I think because Danny came down and that cost him at least one caching spot for sure. Hello to Denise Massey checking in and everyone else checking in. 10:49 p.m. Central Time. We might make it to midnight. Might be the one of the faster.
Yeah, we're starting an hour earlier, and we have less bowlers. I think there's so many bowlers that are playing the gutter. It's finally. Where you can move a little bit. And, I mean, that's what Kyle did down there. He moved probably 10 left and still pitched out there almost like old school cheetah. Just pitch it out there, and as long as your ball speed was good, he walked back.
There's a lot of folks who have enjoyed the pattern. I just talked to someone who was talking about the amount of missed spares that we've seen, and that some bowlers might come back. I'm like the difference here, I think, is just the this is a one specialty like event where you know where you're getting in that sense, and you get it once a year.
Yeah, we've had requests for people for us to do more than one a year. I'll never say no. I can't say it won't ever happen, but or maybe we do a $500 entry one, but that would probably be it. Here we go.
Well, let's see. That puts Spence, if he makes this at 71, that'd be 221 max.
There's a 270 something going on down there on 21-22.
Oh, okay. Let's see what we can learn from 21 and 22 real quick. Oh, okay, yeah. Yes, there is. Let's see if Spencer makes this. Doug Crow looking at 10 pin. All right, let's check in down there. This is
I'm not sure who it is actually.
Ryan Stubblefield on your screen. Oh, and he gets the 9 out. And again, Stubby had a chance to get in the 240s. Bad shot, first one in the 10th. Single pin strike to shoot 223 and just miss making money. We'll see who's going to put the 270 potentially on the board here. Before we do that, let's go back to Spencer Robarge.
It's Cam. Kamron Doyle.
Cam had a couple of opportunities down here, and he
took
cash
second.
in.
Yeah, he did cash.
He did cash in game 4, but game 3 he had a really nice start, and then late in the game, every other frame he began to split. But you started to see his reaction really get to a point where he liked it. Speaking of that, let's check it out. Oh, Jesus.
Oh, black cloud. Jeez, I'm not looking anymore.
Wow. Of course. Come on, Billy.
I mean, he's probably still leading.
You would hope. You would hope. It'd be even better if he makes this, but he probably does win. Robarge did strike, by the way.
221 if he strikes in the fill.
That was a guaranteed
So the
situation
240?
right there.
44?
Well, not yet. That was just the 9th frame.
Oh, that was the 9th. Okay, I'm sorry.
So he can still shoot 244. That is indeed correct, though. 244 is available for Kamron Doyle. And Robarge missed the head pin there left.
It was a ball change.
For Spencer, he's been throwing the Supernova. That was an IQ Tour solid. This is one of those events. Again, every event is like this, but
he's currently leading the overall too.
Spencer is
after 4,
and just cashed one time.
Mm-hmm. he had 2/3, and I think he's got 1 game under 200. If I'm not mistaken.
Wow. Again, not terribly surprising based on who it is. Pete.
I gotta go. Apparently Danny needs me.
Okay, no problem.
All right, it was great talking to everyone. Maybe I'll be back later.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right, Billy Locke.
They got flip-flops somehow. In the 8th or 9th frame, they actually pulled the wrong name. They both pulled up the wrong name. Did you just race and then start over? Those frames again? Or do they get zeros? You don't get zeros. I don't remember the rule. There's a rule for it.
Yeah, I said so.
Oh boy, AJ Fair. Missed the single pin. Coming up on the end of game 6, folks. Kamron Doyle left a 4-9. In the 9th frame. looking at 270 plus max at the time. Big 10 frame for him. Crosses over, leaves a 9-pin, and now 234 is going to be his max number. 234, still a good number. Again, minus 268 from Pete Weber, which happened in game 2. Let's see, let's look at the average caching score. Again, this is without Pete's 268. That's 9 games. The average caching score has been 203. Actually, no, that's not right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 227. There we go. 229. 229 has been the average caching total or score. Again, this is without Pete's 268. 268 has been the outlier. There's been a couple of 244 games. There's been 3 227 games. 226, 224, a 211, and a 233. .234, I'm thinking still gets it done. Ah, 231 right there. Appreciate that. I don't know who that was, but we know that it's at minimum going to be second. All right, just 2 games left, and there was a brief error that they had to clean up there on 11 and 12. Bowled on the wrong lane. They got that taken care of. And now we're about to begin game number 7. Stubby got to 231. All right, so I'm thinking Stubby gets paid this game. If you haven't already, I'm sure you have. You've shared, you've liked, you've hit the thumbs up. Hopefully you've subscribed to both Boldstream TV and Brad and Kyle. 2 games left. And once I get the updated standings, specifically the cashers. Now you heard Billy Locke say that Spencer was the leader in the 8-game total. And again, for those asking earlier, I thought the 8-game total was part of a side pot. It is. It is not a part of the regular payout from the tournament itself. But it is a part of, or it is an optional jackpot or side pot. And Spencer was leading that through, at the time, 5 complete games. Now on to game 7. And Doug Crow, got Jerry Mars, I believe Blake Reiger. Pete Weber moves to our left. Brandon Pierce. And I'll see who completes that trio here in a sec. This might be a good opportunity here for Brandon Pierce, mainly because his ball did not overhook like a lot of players has on lane 12 specifically. That is Jason Miller completing that trio on 11 and 12. Jason actually, he's got his camper out in the back of the bowling center. Jerry Mars with a nice hand clap for himself. He hit the pocket and he got a strike. It's funny how that works. But not tonight. William, left lane moves left. So if you started on the left lane and the players randomly drew for lanes after practice, if you began on an odd lane or an even lane, left moves left, right moves right. One pair. For a lot of our players at this point, and again, any 8-game block, whether it's an 8-game sweeper, you know, hopefully you're bowling on, if you're bowling a sweeper, it's not as demanding, right? But this is part of the event. Like every tournament's got something that attracts them. I think this event is, I think, the amount of money that you could win, the opportunities that you, or the amount of opportunities that you have to win, based on that buy-in. Going to be a bowl on something difficult, man, you're gonna earn some money. Nice. That's now see, now that's 10 back earlier in the block. It's also, you know, 4 through the middle for some players as well, but Pete using some that at least on the surface looks a little bit cleaner and lacks as much surface as we've seen some of the equipment going down the lanes here today. Pete throwing a, or I should say he checked in a reality check, no pun intended, and a phase 2. See some questions about payouts. Again, 2 spots here today. 2 spots, 22 bowlers paying 2 spots. 2 spots per game. This is what it was through 5. Again, through 5 games, those were the 2 higher scores that got paid. All right, good break for Brandon Pierce. Jerry's been close. Let's see what Spencer is doing down on 19 and 20. Strike spare. He just struck again. Both Brad and Kyle are on the high end, and they are going to finish down there as well. They were in view multiple times. They were on the 19 through 20, 21 to 22, and they stopped down to 11 through 14. All right, Jerry might be working on something here.
These are hard. That cliff is so big.
Well.
No, there's none of this.
Jason Miller just came up and said, these are so hard. Well, things you do not see, certainly, on a regular basis. We'll see legends tossing them in the channel. He trying to make something happen. In an area of the lane that is still playable for a lot of players. And I should say those trying to make something happen out there. He'll go back to the well. He'll get a Hall of Fame break. But Jason Miller said they are indeed. He said that cliff is big. That's what he said. His description was very steep. That cliff. All right, Danny Spink is back.
How's everybody doing?
Well, you tell us.
It's painful.
I think we've reached the point to where you can see it certainly on the faces.
Well, you know, every year we do this, there's a point that happens when it starts becoming difficult to collect scores, because so we collect them. Obviously, everybody at home wants to know what people shoot.
Yes, they do.
But after you shoot a 112,
yeah,
you have no interest in writing that number down on a score sheet. So, you know, we have to remind, hey, it's important. Folks at home want to know. Also, it doesn't matter because the next game you get to go bowl for $1,000 again, and it starts new. But we hit that point. So Denise said, "Hey, you know, we got to get people to write down scores." And I said, "Okay, that sounds good. We can talk to some folks."
What's the latest and greatest shit? Did I miss a screenshot by the way?
You know, I'm looking at Denise. I don't think I took a
Okay.
new one. The most recent game, Mike Sapolis has shot 252.
Wow.
And he's got the front 5 right now. Then there was a really tight match. Guys bowling right next to each other. Cam Doyle and
Yep.
Stubblefield. Ryan Stubblefield threw 3 in the 10th, which was a big thing for him because the game before he had a chance to lock it up.
Yep.
And he grabbed one at the bottom, and it ended up costing him. He got 3rd. And then this time he stepped up, threw 3 in the 10th, 231. Cam came into the 9th frame on the 270 pace, pocket 4-9'd, got 1. Gotten up in the 10th, he had to mark and then get 8 for the win. Went runaway, Brooklyn 9-pin, then went up there and had like a little light 7-pin leave for the win. Got 234, so 252, 234 for first and second last game.
Mike Sapolis out there doing it. What's his
Yeah.
8-game total look like? Or 6-game total, I guess, at this point.
I got to check. It's been consistent. He's got, well, I don't think he's had a bad, like a catastrophic game by any means. But there's a few other folks that I think that are going to have the lead on him. You know, Spencer Robarge for one. I think
Billy said he was leading. Spencer.
Okay, he was leading.
Through 5 at that point we were talking about it.
Yeah, I'll go get the standing sheet. I'll go get a picture on the side pots that's in the bar. I'll have to go get a snapshot of that. Oh, wow. He made that thing move. It's not a common occurrence.
We're at the point where everything's on the table.
Yeah, well, so I got to practice on it, and I felt like I had a look. I also did not have $1,000 on the line.
Sure.
To tighten up the release, you know. So I was free swinging. I had a good look up the gutter, off the fresh. Came out of the gate with like 220 with the urethane. That carries down pretty quick, and ball lane shines. You just can't get it to peel. So you try moving right with it to get to stand up earlier. Then it overreacts. Then you kind of end up with this 10-pin, 4-pin reaction. I tried a reality, sanded to 500, but that was too big in the front. So by the time I got to the mid lane, it was all burnt out. And so unless it was already hook setting in the right direction, not much love. Played in was not great. It was thread and needle. Finally, I scuffed up a hustle PBR and was sending it from 3, 4, 5 out to the 1-2 board. Had 500 on it, but you could actually shape it out there. And that was on 9 and 10, which is arguably one of the better pairs in the house. So it might be a little biased, but that had a good look. But I just watched Kyle. Kyle's got something going. Cam Doyle's playing a similar line. And then Nick Kruml's got something similar going. Pete's out there, but Pete's got a lot of access, so I think he's having some hard times managing that early friction. And so he's kind of battling that, but if he goes in too much, then he gets this big over-under reaction.
Right.
Then you got some guys in the field who have, I wouldn't call them spinner releases, but something a little bit over more of the top, higher axis guys, and they seem to be throwing bigger ASIMs, but I just don't feel like that is. I haven't seen it work really, really well. And like you got Jerry, he's moved in, he's got a better look, but the challenge is he can ace that all day long. He's 1 board left, 1 board right. He gets his 10-pin, 4-pin reaction, and then your brain starts working too much, and you start overcomplicating it. Your shoulders get a little bit off. You throw a 6 count or 7 count, whatever. Bowling's so much fun.
Oh man! Shout out to Jay. By the way, what's up, Jay? Yes, Pete does have the high game of the day.
Well, 254.
268.
260. I need to pay more attention. I just gave him the money. Oh no, I think I gave.
Game 2. This was game 2.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was right there. It's on the paper. I should have read.
268. Now you're gonna make me go back to your screenshot just in case. Which is where I got it from. 268. Game 2.
And see Pete's over there. He's trying to stay out of the back of it, but it's hard to stay out of the back of it and stay down and roll it when you're playing the 1 board. 1, 2, 3, 4 board. Yeah, I think we have 5 lefties in the field. Spencer, Opie, Dwayne Stickemeyer, Brandon Mooney, Payton. And there's another lefty, I'm pretty sure.
You mentioned Brandon Mooney, right?
Brandon Mooney. I think there's one more lefty. But I thought for a little bit there, just they would have a better chance. But the right-hand side has held up just extremely well, from my perspective. I think the bowlers would probably disagree, but visibly it's held up, and some guys are still scoring really well from out there. But you know, it's such a small handful of guys that are kind of have it figured out.
When you watch another MBS, go down, from the feeling, what are the feelings that you get after obviously being around this now or doing this now in its 6th consecutive year? What are the feelings that you get
from hosting the event?
Yep.
A lot of anxiety heading up to it, and then once it gets going, I feel I'm moving. This year's a bit slower. I think we're becoming better at running it, and so we get it ready faster. Folks kind of know how things go, so you don't have to explain things as much. It's not new, right?
Right.
But so less stress. So leading up to it, a lot of anxiety. I think there's always this pressure to promote, and I think that's probably with any event, but to get it out. But with this one, since we live stream it, trying to get as many people to see it as possible is the goal. And what I'd really like to see is other folks. I've seen people post, I want to do this in my area. I want to do that. I'd love to see that pop up. I'm not holding on to this idea. It's a free idea to steal. If you want help with it, give us a call, because I'll drive to that city, and since I won't run it, I'd rather bowl it.
That's a good call. I was mentioning the Georgia Bowlers Sports Series, I believe.
They shared their post. I commented on there. I was like, that's pretty awesome. Thanks, guys.
They did. And there was, remember last year I heard about another tournament organization. I don't remember what state.
Down in Texas. And then the Bones up in, I think they're in New York. Or they're up northeast. I can't remember. But they had, I don't know if they came to fruition, but I know they were working on something. But yeah, anything that gets folks watching bowling, getting excited about it, that's a win.
Well, Spencer's still down there striking, and he's going to now move over to 19 and try to finish out. .247, which
is impressive.
Again, considering how well he's bowled now through 7 games to this point, and hasn't quite made a ton. Now, his bracket situation might be different. Hopefully, it is for him. But he's getting, had been snake bitten a little bit earlier with the first couple of games.
And he flies out to, flies down to Team USA camp tomorrow.
How about
so
that?
He wasn't 100% sure he was going to get a bowl. And so they made a decision this week to come down, and then Blake just walks in. He's like, I think I'll put my shoes on too. And goes off and wins the game.
There he is.
Dude,
nice.
That kid can execute, man. I've yet to see him. He had one error on that missed spare, but the shot that he threw to leave that spare was just immaculate.
You're not well liked, I believe, is what Jason Miller was telling you.
I think that's what I'm picking up.
I don't know. I like it. I'm not bowling.
No,
but I like it.
And some of the knocks we get. One thing is, like me and Billy, we are not technically intelligent when it comes to like lane patterns and how to even be strategic about things. So like I lean on people like JJ for help on a pattern, whatever it is. But we've heard feedback like, oh, the lefties don't have a chance, or XYZ thing. I was like, fellas, I wish I had enough knowledge to have any any intention there to lock anybody. I don't know how to do it. And so the things we put out is just hard, and it plays how it plays, and it's going to favor someone who can execute shots. And you get 2 balls. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a lot about I think one of the challenges folks face nowadays compared to guys who grew up in the 80s, right, is they all knew they'd have 1 ball and they'd figure it out. Hand manipulation, rotation, projection, whatever it took to get it out. Now, the guys in tour all can do that, but your average day guy, it's not as much of a developed skill. But here, it's like required because you can check your surface and do that between games, but just got to figure it out. Otherwise, you're going to burn $1,000 really quickly if the ball's not rolling perfectly.
Well, it's been rolling pretty good for Spencer.
This guy's an animal.
And it often does.
So I had lost track of him. I just haven't been following bowling much. But I know we went to college, and then he's like, I don't know if he did Player of the Year, but he's All-American, MVP.
Yeah, he did win Player of the Year this year or last year, one or the other.
That's nuts. The kid loves the bowl, man. He's not a kid, he's a man.
Yeah.
I've known him too long.
It happened kind of quick, right. Well, he shot 244. Jerry Morris shot 221.
Which is a big jump. Jerry was really trying to figure it out there for a while. And where he's at now is that part of the lane is just pure execution. Like, there's no area where he's playing. I bet you if you ask him, he didn't miss because there's no way he could have and scored from that spot.
How did you guys come up with the 2-ball rule?
I just like it.
Nice. Okay.
I liked. I don't know. I never grew up. We never had a ton of equipment, and I used to get super jealous of anybody that walk in, and especially if a new ball came out, and I got mollywopped with it. Like, instantly it was the ball, right? Like, 16-year-old me using like my dad's stuff. I'd squeeze my hand into it, and then someone would beat me with the ball, and I was instantly. Yeah, obviously I grew out of that, but I've always like it's a tournament I wanted to bowl, and I've always I grew up wanting to do anything and everything I possibly got. 3 or 4 different grips that I'm comfortable with. Red Rage ball, it's what I feel I enjoy doing. It's a part of bowling I think is fun.
Right.
And so I like creating an environment where that's needed.
I also like the resurfacing rule.
Yeah, I felt like that was kind of
with
necessary.
2 balls. Right.
You know what hasn't happened? I haven't seen anybody bring a spinner in, which for the past few years it got hooking so much. I would have thought that, like, scuff it, great. I thought polish was going to come out. No one's ever done it.
Yeah, someone did ask. They said something about last year, and I'm like, they weren't this hard or something last year. I'm like, I don't know if they weren't that hard, but there wasn't as much volume or length.
Yeah.
There was more friction certainly last year.
Well, that's the thing. Like, when there's friction, that means speed and energy. Like, you're going to create more energy, so you're going to get crazy pin action, and the ball's just going to hit different. But when there's oil, you just get all these terrible hits. Okay. You get all these terrible hits, and your ball's just never rolling. And I mean, it is sometimes, obviously, because people are doing it, but when you miss, it never rolls. But on friction, it rolls. You can roll into a good Brooklyn. Like, I've seen previous years, I've watched a ton of money be made on just an absolute buried Brooklyn shot. And I've seen people strategically go Brooklyn with plastic to try to win games, and I've seen it work.
Someone just asked a decently, actually, it's a really good question. When you get 2 balls, right, and you had players write down their equipment, are you guys randomly, do you randomly say, hey, maybe I'll just go down and check a ball if necessary, or is that something that you think about doing to make sure people are adhering to what they put down?
So I've never gone over, and I don't ask for serial numbers and then grill people like that. So there's a little bit of an honor system, right? Also, you got every one of these guys are putting up $1,000, and they're crossing with similar people. Like in a
The policing is going to happen itself.
Yeah, like you're putting $1,000 up, and you find somebody not following the rule. Like, I mean, because the limitation to 2 balls is a significant rule, and to add a 3rd ball into that mix, you know, it's a whole different ball game. It's like I've had people ask, like, can we do 3 balls, but the 3rd ball be a spare ball? It's like, no, like that is the challenge.
Right.
Like, figure it out. But, you know, and then that's controversial. Some folks won't bowl because they shoot every spare with plastic, and I get it. Like, not for you. Don't bowl. I get it. No worries. But that's a whole point. And so, as far as policing it, I know 90% of the folks here at a personal level. Character of the group is really high. It's never been something I've really been hyper concerned about, which is, you know, very nice. A lot of these guys, on a normal basis, a lot of these guys also, their career is bowling too. Like, it's not just something they're doing on the weekend. Like, they provide for their family doing it. You know, they're not going to go do something that could jeopardize their brand. You know, you got Brad and Kyle, obviously bowling. Like, their brand is everything, and they've done a phenomenal job cultivating that. And, you know, the same thing lives with EJ and all the guys from the house at Bowl, Prather, and even some of the guys who are more local. Like, they just have high character. So, long-winded answer, but
that's a great answer.
Yeah, hasn't been a big thought, but now you guys can see. I think improvement this year. I actually gave you a sheet with the information.
This was fantastic, by the way. I really appreciate the sheet you made. And they appreciate it too, the viewers I'm talking about.
Nice.
Because it's easy to spit out, especially if it's only 2 balls. It's easy to spit what someone is throwing, and a lot of it is just by a process of elimination. If you know 1 ball, and you say, well, that's not that 1 ball I know. Well, it's this ball.
Yep. Well, and now, I can't say for the other brands, I don't know as well, but like the Storm, Roto stuff is a lot of the color schemes, you know, like the Phase 2. That same color scheme is on, I think it doesn't look exactly the same, but
right.
like the PBR, the Hustle PBR. No, is it Hustle PBR? I can't remember. I'm pretty sure it is, but that looks similar. There's a couple other balls out there like that where you can't necessarily tell without going up. And then sometimes people bring out some real old stuff, and it's kind of a guessing game as what the heck they're throwing.
I feel like Simo had something really old last year. But that Simo also throws old stuff every now and then too.
Yeah, I forgot. He just it was a couple years ago, but he won with an uproar like 5 years after the uproar came out, and I had seen someone actually throw it, and then he just destroyed it with one. I can't remember what event that was, but it was a lot of fun.
Chris Snyder. Appreciate you, Jay. Yes, they can. They can alter the surfaces in between balls. Oh, I'm sorry, in between games. I beg your pardon. AK, that's a great comment. Just can't believe I can watch people thousands of miles away. We weren't doing this in 2001. You're right.
No,
we were not. We were watching our high 8 video cameras, videotapes and such.
Well, I enjoy seeing those. So I forget who posted it. So St. Louis bowling is a rich history here. So there's a few guys, the Orfs, probably kind of have taken on being the historians of bowling here in St. Louis, and they shared some videos. Had to be the 80s, but yeah, VHS. They had, I don't know what they did to get them, whether it was just recorded or whatever they did, but they were able to share it, and it was just so much fun. I'd be curious. You know, some of these guys have been around for a while. They probably have these videos, VHSs, sitting in their basements from tournaments they bowled, and you know, you pay $49.99 to have a video sent to your house or whatever way back then. And now you just click a button and you're live.
At the drop of a hat. I mean, I actually work at a live stream startup, and back-to-back opens now for Mike Sapolis, by the way, who's been one of the most consistent players tonight.
For sure.
And it was one of the first apps that you could download and go live instantly. Obviously, look at where we are now, and look at Spencer Robarge. He's on a pair with 2 to end the night, and he might be bowling with his brother. Well, that's got to be fun.
I know they crossed once today, or at least we're next to each other.
Mitch, yes, Pete did bowl, or is bowling, I should say. Actually still has the high game of the tournament to this point. I didn't see what, well, we assumed that 244 was going to be the leader. Unsure yet, but that's what we assumed, and that was Spencer Robarge. Pete shot 268 in game 2. And then, you know, like every other player at one point or another tonight, you know, playing where they played. And most players, for the majority of the time, have been still near the gutter and trying to manipulate it with hand position. Again, there's only so many bowling balls you can throw. Some have been successful late, some have been successful early, some have been not successful at all, some have been very close to cashing and just missing.
I'd be curious to know, you know, I don't know how to really pose a question, but I don't know when the last time I've seen an event play the gutter the whole time. And without the option of really playing, I mean, I know there's been a couple of scores inside, but it's not really a sustainable part of the lane. And I don't see it a lot. And I haven't been paying too much attention lately, but so I could be wrong there, but.
I really like his game.
Hunter, yeah, he throws it great. Simple.
I like his
great
game
hair.
a lot, Hunter, yes. And definitely great hair. What's up, James Little? Colt? Yeah, you know what, Colt? Yeah, I think I recall that. Might have been like Ustream maybe back in the day.
Is that Colt Seberg?
Yeah.
You know, it's not that far of a drive, Colt. I'm just saying. Could have made it. Hop on a train.
I feel that he would come here, but he wouldn't bowl.
Yeah.
He would enjoy the festivities live and in person.
I didn't get the specials for you, Colt. I can go take a couple pictures, send it your way.
What does so how do we help, and we as in a group, how do we all help this thing get to 60 bowlers?
One, as a group, I think one thing that would help is to see it grow in other markets, someone else, right? To have it not be such an isolation, because I know there's a lot of visibility into it now, like thanks to Brad and Kyle, thanks to you streaming on your channel, like there's a lot of eyes on it. I don't know, you know, folks maybe think that it's not sustainable in their market or whatever it might be, but I think if you run a tournament, there's probably at least 10 folks that you know, or 10, I'm not saying that they might have the money, but 10 folks that you know that are competitive enough in bowling where they're willing to put their money where their mouth is, or at least put someone else's money where the mouth is, right? And so to go find, there's a few guys that bowl that have their action split 4 ways, you know, 250 a man, and they just figured out a way to bowl. And I think, yeah, I'd love to see this grow to 60, but I'd rather see this happen, you know, 4 of these happen a year. And like I said, I just don't care if anybody uses you can't steal someone's idea, right? Like, go use it. If you've got a market where there's a lot of people who enjoy watching competitive bowling, like I know up in Minnesota, Wisconsin, there's a lot of competitive sport bowling up there. I'd love to see something grow there. Down in Florida and Texas, there's a lot of competitive bowling. And then you get someone professional like Emil. I know that might be blowing smoke, but I think that's the important part of it too, is like spending a little bit of money to get a professional stream. I know I've had Tom Amara, I've had Flanagan, and like that if you wanted to, like, that's a big part for the bowlers that come bowl is that visibility, the recognition, because for someone who, I'm getting off topic here, but for someone who's a league bowler, right, bowled every Wednesday, competitive, right, maybe they're a college bowler, highly credentialed, they can still play, right? Got life now, kids maybe, whatever it might be, but they bowl once a week and they can, like, they can pay $1,000 to go shoe up against the best in the world and go head to head, and then they leave and they say, hey, I had a chance to strike out to beat, you know, I'll put EJ out there, or Sima, or
right,
like, or yeah, they actually struck out to beat me. Like, it's amazing the stories I hear from people who actually enjoy that opportunity to compete, that they otherwise, you know, they're not going to go bowl a regional across the country or a PBA event to get to match play against one of their idols, but you can pay $1,000 to go bowl right next to them for 8 games and have a chance to throw a 3-bagger in the 10th to beat them for $1,000. So I love that. But yeah, just growing, opening up to your market. If you need help with it, it's not super complicated, but there are some nuances that we could probably help with just to give you some info to get it started. But yeah, getting to 60 for us, great. If we had 4 of these with 20 across the country, that'd be even cooler. Once you plant the seed, it'll just grow from there.
In the booth with Danny Spink, one half of the duo. Danny Spink, Billy Locke, running this tournament, creating the tournament.
Well, give some shout outs. So Ricky Matsko. So Ricky, so Billy Locke is. Oh.
No, keep going.
Okay. I was just going to say Billy Locke was our boss at the time. We worked for a company called here in St. Louis, and had some downtime there, a lot of overnight shifts, things like that. And I was able to bounce the idea off of Billy, and then me and Ricky, we ran that first one. Billy helped support the idea generation, all that fun stuff. But that, I think, was the first year. And the second year that we ran it, me and Ricky ran pretty heavy, and then Billy got involved. Ricky moved down to Texas. And, oh, there we go, getting some money here. And then it's kind of went from there. It's been kind of a ride. Emil abandoned me on the live stream. Made a big mistake. No, I'm kidding. Looking here. Got some chicken strips here. Let's go. And Hunter with 4-bagger here. No, it's not Hunter. Sorry, Brandon with a 4-bagger. Looking down. Looks like, who has the front 6 down there?
That is Spencer Robarge.
Oh, well, that makes sense.
We had lost the camera momentarily. There's someone that wanted to charge their phone. Yeah.
See, that's why you have professionals. That's why you have professionals. I would not have known what to do there.
Well,
go figure.
There's
Plug it
3
back
things
in.
you can do. You can go see what the issue is, which I'm like, I know it's not HDMI, but it's been plugged in. So I'm like, someone must have been unplugged it, and that's what happened. So, well, now I'm hoping that the person realize, and clearly the other outlet must not work. That's next to it. So when they get done with this game, and I understand frustrations, but yes, this is where you gotta, like, hey, we need this.
Oh yeah.
Well, I think we're just gonna watch Spencer for. Well, no, who was?
That's Hunter. So that was Brandon Pierce. Got the 5-bagger there.
All right. So Brandon Pierce, Jerry Mars can still get to 234. This is an interesting last game that's brewing up here.
Oh yeah. And I gotta go pay some money, so I'm gonna bounce out of here. But I appreciate everybody. I think this is probably the last time I'll be on the stream. So I think our viewership is par with our viewership we've ever had, and it's just amazing to know so many people out there want to watch bowling on a Saturday night.
Saturday night, you're right.
You know, like there's a lot of other things to do.
I'm still thinking it's Friday.
I know, we did move it. And I think that also, I don't know how much that contributed. Probably made it more attractive to have it on a Saturday night, but I just love that. There's people giving their free time. You could be watching Netflix. You could be watching reruns of The Office, but you're watching bowling.
I mean, it took me a while to get into The Office, but I would watch reruns along with bowling.
Fair enough. All right. I'll talk to you guys.
Danny.
Thanks. Bye.
Appreciate you. Mike. Oh, Mike Sapolis. Well, folks, man. Jerry. 220 is still out there, but it's getting iffy for Jerry. Meanwhile, Spencer. Spencer's going to be on the right of your screen. I believe this is for 9 in a row. Wow. Goodness gracious. Some things just aren't fair. Oh, that was 8. Excuse me, 8. That was front 8. This is for 9. And I think he and his brother, for pacing purposes, going to bowl in this one PBA match play style, or match play style in general. Jay, that's a great question. Do I ever get any rest? My family would love it if I do. Sometimes. This is one of those, I knew June was going to be a tough one. Spencer continues. About to put a stamp on this one. About to put the stamp on this one. But yeah, big June. Busy June. PWBA, Midnight Bowlers, CBE 10K next week in Phoenix. Big day, big shot there from Mike. Now again, this 194 from Sapolis, he's in some other stuff. Brackets, I'm sure. This is a guess, but I'm assuming he's in brackets. He's in the 8-game total. And what other side or jackpots they may have. There's also an eliminator. That's good bowling right there. Good bowling for Mike all day. All night, I should say. Brandon Pierce had some opportunities, and he still has an opportunity. You got to assume that Spencer is going to Spencer. Spencer's going to Spencer, right? So you just assume that he's going to shoot 270. So still plenty of opportunity for Brandon Pierce to cash in this final game. Someone asked earlier, I missed it, is Spencer going to go on tour? After college, and then my first thought is yes. I don't know that for sure, but I wouldn't see a reason why he wouldn't. He's already made a major show. I'm gonna go ask, hold on. Jerry got to 2-0 that game. Brandon Pierce, a spare, would put him in the 230s. It's a big spare. He's giving himself a chance to cash. No matter what, it's going to be second. But cashing is still pleasant. Spencer has not bowled yet. He will be up momentarily. Spencer finished third at the Masters in 2021, if my memory is correct. Brandon Pierce shot 230. Now we look at young Spencer Robarge here. Zoom in on the young fella. That's number 10. I believe this is just based on Billy telling me this through 5 games or 6 games that Spencer was leading the 8-game total. Now, again, that's a separate side pot. 8-game total, separate side pot. But he's bowled so well, he's only actually cashed once, folks. But he's been that consistent throughout the entire block. But he's only cashed once until this game, where he's undoubtedly, well, I shouldn't say that because I can't see on the high end, but I don't think anyone is going to bowl more than Spencer this game. I think that's safe to say. What about you? How about 11? Bang. There you see Kyle there just to your right. Saw a little bit of his trail leg. Not sure what he finished with, but he got a nice round of applause. But Spencer Robarge trying to finish off the Midnight Bowler Society in a way that no other player has ever done in bowling this tournament. Bang, Spencer Robarge. 300 to end the 2023 Midnight Bowlers Society. Wow. On this pattern? Let's throw the pattern back up there. That's what he just did. That's what just happened. That's crazy. Let's give him the title. Unbelievable. There's the total on the right side of your screen. There's the pattern left side of your screen. I'm gonna see if I can get Spence for a quick second. I am curious, though. That was a good question about bonuses. I know it's not quite go bowling. Not that 10K bonus, but maybe there's an extra couple $1 type of bonus. All right, hold on, folks. I'm gonna try to get Spence. Hold on. All right, so Spencer's coming. He's coming to hang out for a minute.
Once you're done rolling, I would very much appreciate if you bring your score sheet up to the front desk. And I think well-deserved round of applause for Spencer Robarge. Does the first ever 300 in our event.
Man, I looked at his score sheet. Plus 236 for Robarge. Plus 236. And here he is here.
Way better than Koty's high game.
Spencer, first of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
That was fantastic to watch.
Yeah.
You, I mean, we've all watched you bowl, I think, at this point. Like, are you surprising yourself at this rate? Like, there was no one else doing what you were just doing. How did you do that?
Well, I bowled the U.S. Open, and we bowled on a pattern pretty similar, and I bowled awful. I could not strike. I think I was the only person to throw one in the gutter at the U.S. Open on that pattern. So, and I threw one in the gutter tonight too. But I've been trying to work on stuff that, you know, I've bowled pretty poorly on, and I practiced on something similar to this on, I think it was Wednesday or Thursday.
Okay.
And, I actually bowled fairly good, and I felt pretty good coming into this. And my first 4 games, I was like third, tied for third, fourth, and then I didn't bowl very good the 4th game. And my brother was like, just go get him the last 4. And I mean, I won 3 of them, so I must have done something right.
Yeah, so speaking of that, right, because in our on my sheet here, I didn't have you down for game 7. All right, so you definitely won game 8.
Right.
I don't think anyone is saying anything about that. And then I had you down for a cash in game 5. So what'd you shoot in games 6 and 7? Just refresh my memory.
6 was 217,
okay.
And then 7 was 244, and I won that
Forgot
one.
about that one. Yes,
yeah.
We didn't write that one down.
Yeah.
So 244, 300. The last 2 to get a couple of first place cashes after. And I know earlier you left a 9-pin to miss a cash-in spot.
Yeah.
I mean, you went plus 236 tonight, bro.
Yeah. I surprise myself sometimes.
Oh, my gosh. All right, so what made you decide to bowl? Danny was telling me that you got Team USA camp coming up, so you weren't sure if you could make it.
Yeah.
But what ultimately was the final decision maker?
You know, I bowled last year, and I didn't bowl very good, and I wasn't sure if it was going to even work out for me to come. I leave at about 5 o'clock tomorrow for team camp.
AM or PM?
PM.
Okay.
Or 5 or 6. I fly out of Springfield, and I was thinking about just staying home, you know, maybe practicing Saturday, do something like that. And I was like, no, I'm throwing it really good. I bowled well at the last couple of things I've bowled. I was like, I want to come out and bowl, and try to do better than I did last year. And I felt good on the pattern, and Blake was like, yeah, let's go. So it worked out.
And you got a chance to end the day with Blake.
Yeah.
As well.
Yeah.
I mean, how cool was that?
That was fun. He wasn't even going to bowl either, believe it or not. I paid my entry, and I went out to the car to get some bowling balls, and I was like, do you want to bowl? And he goes, I mean, yeah. And I was like, okay. So he bowled, and I think he won game 3, 2 or 3, something like that. So it worked out for him.
He did, actually,
too.
yes. Game 3, 224.
Yeah, so that's it worked out. So.
Well, we got Team USA camp, and then what else is next for you, I guess, over the summer? And obviously you'll return to, I assume you'll be returning to Wichita State.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so then what else is next for you bowling-wise?
So team camp, leave tomorrow. I have junior gold right after that. Still waiting to find out. They're picking the teams that are going to go to Lima, Peru. I believe it's the PABCON Championships, I'm pretty sure. So could potentially be going and doing that. But just bowling everything I can, weekend stuff and whatever comes up, and then obviously head back to school in August.
One final question, and we've all been kind of watching you do this for a very long time because you started doing it at such a young age at a very high level. At this point, what goals do you have for yourself, and how do you achieve those goals in the future?
This year was really a great year. I was able to win Bowler of the Year for college. I mean, goals to win at the next 2 as well, and to be able to go out and bowl on tour and be successful bowling on tour. But the other goal that I would say is just to stay as humble as I can, and to be as approachable. And I don't like people that are not very good people when they're they can be a good bowler, but if they're not a good person off the back of the approach, it doesn't really matter. So. I've got bowling goals, but I've got those goals as well. So hopefully I can do both of them. So.
Well, great performance tonight. Don't spend it all in one place.
I won't. It's going to go right to the bank. So.
My man. Spencer, great job tonight.
Perfect.
And
thank you.
Good luck at camp. Have fun.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. All right, folks, that is Spencer Robarge. He's off to Team USA camp tomorrow night. But first, he's got to get paid here at the Midnight Bowler Society. And, man, whew, how about that? The man went plus 236, folks. Again, plus 236 for 8 games on that pattern. What did he say he shot game 6? I forgot what he said. But, yeah, someone mentioned it. 761 Storm B said in the chat for the last 3 with 300 on the end. I mean, what are we doing out here, folks? He's making us not look like we're not even trying. And some of us tried a lot. Let's see if we can watch that that last shot again before we go off the air tonight. Let's see. Let's see. Let's try to watch the final shot. And I know Billy and Danny are handling their final to-dos, if you will, as well. And so this should be it. Let me double check with Billy before we go off the air, just to make sure.
Billy. Anything else you want to mention before we go off the air?
Thank you. Thank St. Charles Lane.
Making sure. Okay. All right. Making sure. I do it. Okay.
All right. Billy said our normal thank yous. All right, let's try to queue up here. Let's see if we can get it before we go. All right, Spencer, final shot here. And then we'll slow it down. That was for 300 right there, folks. That's about as good as you can get right there. Again, well done from Spencer. Plus 236 to end the day. Or I'm sorry, for his day. For his 8-game block. I'm sure he's going to win the 8-game portion of that separately. Congrats to him on a fine, fine performance. Appreciate all of you for watching at home. Shout out to Brad and Kyle. They continue to want to simulcast and help this event grow and get it into the hands and the arms and really your eyes for as many people as possible. We appreciate them. They did bowl, and Kyle did end up cashing again at least once tonight. Brad, a little bit different than last year, unfortunately, but still a great event nonetheless. But it's the Spencer Robarge Show. 300, first time anyone has shot 300 here at the Midnight Bowler Society. Spencer Robarge did it. I want to thank Billy Locke, Danny Spink, Denise, Neil, and everyone here at St. Charles Lanes. Always a pleasure to be back. Proud Lindenwood graduate. I had to take a photo of the 05 champions banner down hanging on 1 and 2. If you're ever in St. Charles and St. Charles Lanes, make sure you go check those banners out down on 1 through 8. We appreciate all of you guys for tuning in. Make sure you subscribe to Bowlstream TV if you have not, and certainly subscribe to Brad and Kyle. The next event for Bowlstream TV, again, next week, the CBE 10K Cactus Classic. That is in Phoenix, Arizona, Sun City specifically. Lakeview Lanes will be the host. Bracket money getting paid at the desk. Again, bracket money getting paid at the desk. Again, CBE 10K Cactus Classic. That is next week here on Bowlstream TV. Coverage will begin on Friday. That'll do it for me. Appreciate, again, Drew Sachs and everyone here. Drew, Neil, again, Donnie, and Danny. I'm sorry, Billy and Danny for all that they do for this event, and the original creators as well. Shout out to Ricky Masco also. So until then, we'll see you next year from St. Charles Lanes. This has been a presentation of the 2023 Midnight Bowler Society. You watched it live and only on Bowlstream TV. We will see you next week from the CBE 10K Cactus Classic. Good night, folks.